Mi nombre es María Angélica Ramírez. Hoy estamos proveyendo interpretación en español, criollo haitiano e inglés con MARB Language Services para que hoy todos podamos participar en esta conversación en el idioma que prefiramos. También queremos reconocer la presencia de nuestros colegas de lengua de signos americana de Hard Hands, que están haciendo este espacio aún más accesible. Si ustedes prefieren escuchar, si pueden escuchar en español, pueden adquirir un equipo de interpretación para poder escuchar en tiempo real en español. Se pueden dirigir a la parte superior de la sala, donde está el equipo de interpretación, o si prefieren que se lo traigamos, por favor levanten su mano y con mucho gusto les llevamos el equipo donde van a poder escuchar en español en tiempo real. Para las personas que están viendo en vivo en YouTube Live, pueden llamar a la línea de interpretación para poder escuchar en español. Pueden llamar al 786-665-8802. También pueden encontrar el número en la parte inferior de la pantalla de YouTube. Muchas gracias. Good morning, my name is María Angélica Ramírez. Today we will be providing interpretation in Haitian Creole and Spanish with MARB Language Services so that we can all participate in today's conversation in the language that we prefer. For folks who prefer to listen in Spanish, we also want to acknowledge the presence of our American Sign Language interpretation colleagues from Hard Hands who are making this space even more accessible today. For folks who prefer to listen, if you're able to listen in Spanish or in Creole, we are providing interpretation equipment in which you will be able to hear in Spanish or in Creole in real time. If you would like, you can get a piece of equipment located at the top left of the room. Or if you prefer, you can raise your hand and we'll be happy to bring you the equipment and you will be able to hear in real time in Spanish or in Creole. Thank you so much.
Bonjour, non pas c'est Cindy, je vais interpréter créole haïtien pour nous aujourd'hui. Donc nous allons interpréter créole, espagnol avec aide de MARB Language Services. Nous remercier mon langue service capé de nous aujourd'hui qui Hard Hand pour mon qui comprend signe. Et puis nous gagnons un petit appareil aussi mon taremé comprend pour entendre créole, nous gagnons pour espagnol tout. Donc si nous voulons nous lever mais nous porter pour nous. Donc, aujourd'hui, en tout, nous gagnons un service pour YouTube et nous avons tout, si vous voulez, vous pouvez utiliser le téléphone nous dans 305 901 26 92 pour attendre en ligne. Merci.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. If you haven't had a chance yet to grab a coffee or maybe like a little treat, we do have a station at the top of the stairs, so it'll be there throughout the day, so do feel free. Again, welcome. My name is Marie Vickles. I'm the Senior Director of Education here at the museum, and I am delighted to welcome back Cultural Council, our incredible partners in Game Time, and we're back for Game Time Session 2. And I do want to highlight, I promised I would say a little something about this because I love it so much as an education person. In your handy-dandy schedule, there is this awesome note-taking space. So if you forgot to bring a notebook or there's just some incredible dialogue, things you want to remember, there is that within this program schedule that shares all the talks that are coming up today, who's speaking, what time the breaks are, etc. So again, thank you to Adam, all of the team at Cultural Council. We are really grateful for this partnership, and a few words from Adam about this program.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Game Time. I'm really excited to have a second opportunity to collaborate with the Pérez on this really exciting and novel concept, bringing passionate figures from sports, art, media, and culture together in a very productive dialogue. One thing that I like to say, and I've talked about probably ad nauseum at this point, is that athletes and artists have a lot of similarities. And the thing that's really interesting about athletes to me is that they are a rare breed that is both the artist and the artwork in a way. They are dedicated, focused, and put their body on display, but also are often not given enough credit for their creativity, problem solving, and contribution to the visual culture of the United States of America and the world, contextualized here during the World Cup. So today we have a really amazing group of speakers, for lack of a better term, game changers, so to speak. Franklin Sermons, who you all know, has made this possible and has basically co-founded Game Time with me over the last 6 months, is going to talk a little bit about Basquiat's history of depicting athletes, as well as some of his own curatorial history, looking at football and the World Cup as a whole. Tommy Smith will be joining us with Glenn Kino, his artistic collaborator. Of course, you guys know Tommy won the gold medal in the 1968 Summer Olympics and famously threw up a salute, which really sent shockwaves throughout the world and is a symbol of bravery and integrity. Michael Bennett, a lot of people may know for his work on the field as a Super Bowl champion, ex-Pro Bowler, Seattle Seahawk, New England Patriot, Philadelphia Eagle. What you might not know is that he is an incredible spatial designer and furniture designer, and has one of the most successful studio practices post-career in professional sports. So I think that's going to be a very unique opportunity to hear him speak with Jermaine Barnes, who is also kind of a local design hero as well. And then we're going to close out the day with a fantastic talk by the adorable and charming Marie Vickles, who will be moderating a talk with Ebony Morrison, a former Olympic track athlete who's based here in Miami, and Alexis Pfister, a strategist, marketing executive, and a former liaison between the Obama administration and the NBA, talking about kind of the conversion of athletes into future patrons and collectors. So I think this is going to be a very unique opportunity to hear very kind of impactful perspectives about this cross-section. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank our supporters, the Knight Foundation, who really stepped up and made this happen. We're really excited to partner with them on this. Patton Hindle, their director of arts, will be moderating the talk with Tommy Smith, Glenn Kino, and Damian Thomas from the Smithsonian National African American Museum. Also, I would like to thank the Leroy Neiman and Janet Byrne Foundation, who were the first to step up and support Game Time. And of course, my friends and colleagues at Cultural Council, especially Ali Rigo, Christelle, who's not here with us today, Rachel Roberts, and also my assistant coach here at Game Time, Kirsten Chen, who's actually responsible for these beautiful programs that you're all looking at that Marie called out. So with that, as I like to say, before we get started, let's go to the videotape.
I like that. It's like, almost like a boxing or wrestling style ring walk we need, or is
Right.
do we need a baseball style music for the at bat?
I know.
But thank you. So glad to be here with you, Franklin Sermons, the director of the museum, as most people might know.
Cliff, it's so good to be here with you.
Thank you.
Just wonderful to be here in conversation with you. Just admire the way that you go about writing, and just the breadth that you have around these conversations is phenomenal. So it's an honor to
thank
be
you.
here in conversation with you.
I think we're
Great to
interested
see
in some of the
everybody.
same stuff.
Absolutely.
Although you, unlike me, were a soccer player in high school.
Yes.
And you might even, tell me, I don't want to come across as disrespectful, you might even be old enough to remember the heyday of the Cosmos and Pele in New York. Is that true?
No disrespect. I'm totally old enough to remember the heyday of the Cosmos.
And what was that like? Was that a moment, I mean, in retrospect, was that a false start? Was that a moment when it seemed like soccer was about to take over America?
You know what? Yeah, in a way, it was a false start, right? Because we jumped right in to the center of that world immediately. And obviously, we didn't recapture it for quite some time. And it's something that I think is still debatable, but we are getting there. But to think about the constellation of that moment, the Cosmos, mid-1970s, New York City.
And there's this soccer league, right?
Right. There's the North American Soccer League has just begun. But we talk about, and everybody in here will think of Messi very fondly, but the idea of Pelé coming to New York City and partying with Andy Warhol at Studio 54 in the mid-70s is absolutely incredible. Pelé at the height of his powers, Giorgio Chinaglia, striker from Italy, Johan Neeskens from the Netherlands, 1974, they were World Cup finalists. They lost to the captain of the team, Franz Beckenbauer, the captain of the West German national team in that moment. I mean, it's absurd. Carlos Alberto, you can almost forget about as right back for playing for Brazil, had already won World Cups. So it was like, we came in hot, and it was something that I think was impossible to continue. And we've had stops and starts, and here we are.
But was it a little unusual for you as a kid in New York City to be that into soccer?
Absolutely. 135th
This is
Street.
kind of a quirky interest of yours in a funny way.
I mean, I'm in Harlem. I think baseball is probably the first thing that one is given at that point. In the early 1970s, it was definitely about baseball. It's about the New York Yankees, right? We're uptown. We got an incredible team. And the idea of soccer, though, had this I think, kind of, you could fit in. I'm not very tall. I was not a very good basketball player. I'm not big. It was not about football. And you look at these heroes who look like you or your size. It's a place to get in. And I think for me, that was the thing. And what really exploded it was, not for nothing, was the reflection of where all of these different people were coming from, and finding a place, I think, where, difference and juxtapositions and contrasts were celebrated.
So this idea of bringing people together from around the world, from different places, it seems like it's been kind of a theme in your career. You recently told the New York Times, we had the opportunity to do some populist things here, and I think maybe this is one of those populist things. Earlier in your career, in the early 2000s, you organized One Planet Under a Groove, Contemporary Art and Hip Hop at the Bronx Museum of the Arts. And that is maybe an early example about that. I'm old enough to remember that in those days, the idea of hip hop in a museum seemed surprising to me, right? That was around the time, Brooklyn Museum was doing an exhibit around then, and that felt like a big deal and a big swing. How did you think about that?
So I think part of it, and part of looking at the influence of the cosmos, the influence of thinking about popular culture to the depth that you have. I mean, we've just seen images of Bad Bunny and now Ye, as they are known, Tyson.
Jake Paul.
This whole this whole, I think, world where people come together who don't normally get to come together, and to see that first reflected in sport, very specifically, has been the guiding light for my museum practice, right? So the first exhibition that you mentioned, done in an institutional space, 2001, we did a show called One Planet Under a Groove, Contemporary Art and Hip Hop. Yeah. The show that happened at Brooklyn, which I think was 3 years prior, and organized under the leadership of Arnold Lehman at the Brooklyn Museum, who is very much a populist director, somebody I look up to very much, was the idea that there was a popular culture that was based in material culture, right? You go there, you see the lyrics, you see
the artifacts,
Biggie's draws, artifacts, exactly. What we realized in those 3 years, around the time of 2000, around the time of that change, was that artists could lead us on a narrative, could lead us on a conversation, and use exhibition making as a way to reflect on these wider attributes of popular culture in a way that might be more nuanced, might be more complex read that is artistically driven rather than simply just the artifacts. And that's where that exhibition came from.
I mean, is part of what you're talking about a kind of attentional hijacking, the idea that everyone's paying attention to this thing, and all these people are coming together and wanting to be part of that conversation?
Absolutely, 100%. So I think it's about sport. For me, it's been about spirituality. It's been about music. It's been about these places that people tend to come together, where we can potentially find common ground, that in some way is about, for lack of a better word, and somewhat cliche, but elevating human experience, finding places where we can actually contribute in positive ways to each other's lives.
And more specifically for you, it's also been about the World Cup.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's one thing to sit up here and be like, oh, I'm not a great athlete. Everyone understands, probably looking at me, I'm not a great athlete. But when it comes to the World Cup, I'm not even a great fan. I'm a terrible fan. I was born in England, then I lived in Ghana, then Scotland, then moved here. So, okay, that's 4 teams I'm rooting for already.
You gotta love it.
My mother's from South Africa, so when Bafana makes it through to the knockout round the other day, I'm excited. My father was from Gambia, so I'm going to be rooting for Senegal to beat Iraq. But this is all very vague. I mean, compared to the true passion of someone who has one team and their whole world revolves around it. How do you root during the World Cup?
Exactly the same way.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, you can't be a 7-year-old in the middle of Harlem rooting for the orange of the Dutch national team without thinking in exactly the way that you just said. Or to be at a summer camp with, Pelé and Carlos Alberto and not think about the reference points to South America and more specifically to Brazil and its parallel histories around slavery that you might relate to in ways that are different than others. You can't help but think about those kind of things. So that's the beautiful thing about this moment, and I see, this Scottish jersey in front of me, and I'm thinking, about the cup, and thinking about all of the many teams that we are still rooting for, right? We still have one more day before we get to the knockout round. So much can happen. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it, Senegal, tonight, right?
So
actually, 3 o'clock.
So what is your hierarchy? Who's your number,
Okay.
I don't want a politically correct answer. I want the real.
This is hard, man. I think the American team finally looks the way that it's supposed to look.
Okay.
So I'm really excited to see that.
Okay.
Brazil is always going to be right there. The Netherlands are right there. I went to Houston just to go see them play Sweden the other day. So there's kind of a little bit of a hierarchy. But basically, my wife would say that I would say that the answer is basically the Issa Rae answer. You know what that is?
What's the Issa Rae answer?
The Issa Rae answer is, who you rooting for? Everybody black.
Everybody black.
Let's be real.
That's a big chunk of the World Cup.
It really is. It's a beautiful thing to see. Ecuador looking good the other night. Crazy.
So, 2014, the World Cup is in Brazil that year, and you put together this show at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art called Football, the Beautiful Game. What was the genesis of that idea? When did you start thinking that you wanted to do something timed to that World Cup?
So I gotta say, the idea, and I think what we try to do here, and why we have the Basquiat exhibition up right now, we have Getting the Game up right now, my partner Adam, my partner Marie, everything is collaborative. And I say that to say that I got a dear friend who I think curatorially with, even when we're not together. His name is Trevor Schoonmaker. He's the director of the Nasher Museum at Duke University. 2006, we turned our beer conversation at a pub into a game, into an exhibition. That was at Roebling Hall in New York, 2 different locations, and that was in 06. And so every 4 years, this is the opportunity. How has the world changed? What can we do that is different? What new artworks are there to put into this conversation?
Does this give you an opportunity to claim the World Cup tickets on your taxes?
You know what? I filed late. I need to do this. Thank you.
This is a work expense. Anything having to do with the World Cup is now a work expense.
Absolutely. So we go back to 06, and then we go to 2010. In 2010, my child was born during the World Cup, so didn't do an exhibition that year. And then, of course, 2014.
Priorities.
Yeah, priorities. 2014, we do LACMA. 2018, during Russia. It's almost hard to say at this point in time. 2018, we did the exhibition here. And then bringing in this show now is just a phenomenal way to think about what it means, that idea of an expanded World Cup. That idea of 48 nations coming together, and of course Miami hosting 7 matches, it made it just an incredible confluence of events.
What did you learn from that first show in 2014? What did you learn about what it means to bring the art world and the sports world together in that way?
I was blown away because it was the first time to do it in a museum space as opposed to a gallery space.
Right.
Love the experience, love being in Chelsea on the ground floor and having that experience, but to do it at a place like Los Angeles and to have the fandom around you of that and to see the amount of people that came into the museum who could have cared less about museums in their life and then had to walk through other artworks and walk through the Chris Burden lights and walk through all of that other stuff because they cared about this one game was an incredible thing to see.
Will they show up wearing jerseys? Like, is this really...
Constantly. And what better way to celebrate? I think there are so few places that we all get to come together around a certain event, and this is one of them. So it just seems like, okay, how do we tap into that? And as a museum that believes that we're not here just for people to come and look at paintings, but to have a dynamic experience, that this is the perfect chance.
What about the other side of it when you go looking for work that might fit into that show, or you go looking to maybe commission some work? What did you discover?
I think it's something that is constantly reinventing itself. Like Andy Warhol's portraits from, I think, 1980 of Pelé.
Yes.
It's iconic.
And it's a photograph, and Pelé's kind of looking at the camera and smiling.
Exactly. Yeah. And Leroy Neiman's reference points to Pelé and to the cosmos in that moment. And the thing I love about, Neiman, you have this relationship to spectacle on the level of sports that crosses over so many different venues. So to think about Pelé in the same way that we think about Don Shula upstairs right now in the Miami Dolphins, is there something really special about that? So,
I mean, and some of that work can feel sometimes celebratory. I think it's fair to say that Andy Warhol was maybe more interested in Pelé's celebrity than in the specifics of his game.
Could have cared less.
But some of it kind of pushes the other way, right? Lyle Ashton Harris photographing fans in Italy and making blow up with this image at the center of Zidane getting a pedicure. From a black pedicurist. Was that important to you to have some stuff that maybe pushed against or even undermined the celebratory nature of sports fandom?
Absolutely, 100%. Because we do believe that the conversations around the game are a jumping off point, and to have metaphors that pertain to all of the big things, politically, socially, economically, that we could possibly touch on in the scope of the museum. Right now, there's a work downstairs that focuses on Zidane. Right?
Zidane is definitely the art world's soccer MVP.
Right? Right? Offers a psychological portrait of the artist, if you will, two artists, Pierre Huyghe and Douglas Gordon, who are looking at another artist, who are looking at Zidane. And that's what this conference is all about.
And for people who haven't seen that work, the 21st century portrait of Zidane, could you just explain it briefly?
It is a 90 minutes in the duration of an actual game in which he's playing. I believe it was 2004, playing against Valencia for Real Madrid. But the focus comes from 17 cameras that have been distributed around the stadium. And they are constantly focusing on him. And I think what you see is the beauty of somebody working together with 10 other people, which is, we can overlay that in so many different ways and compare it to so many different parts of our life. But the way that he moves with the ball and without the ball, the way that he becomes an assistant to someone else, the way that he is a distributor to someone else, all of these things are reflective, I think, of wider conversations in life. And yet you have the physicality and the beauty of the human body is something that is integral to the experience of that work. So it's a meditation.
As someone who pays such close attention to the sport and also to the art world, how would that work be different if it were about a different player and not Zidane?
I mean, I think, it can only be a few people, right? Why? Because there is an artistry at that level that, I mean, frankly, I think it's one of the things we see in sport. I think it's one of the things I admire in the artists and the cultural workers is that only you bring something to the table, and everybody is unique. You could make that portrait about Messi, and there was a recent video installation done about Messi. Not everybody commands the field or the camera in that way. And I think there's something really unique about that, and we get to treasure that in when we're talking about sports and when we're talking about art.
It's possible that work, the 21st century portrait of Zidane, is only the second most well-known work of art related to Zidane. Wait, the first, Adel Abdesamed.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
Could you explain the Adel Abdesamed sculpture?
Well, if I remember correctly, he made this, it's almost like 10 feet tall, if not even taller.
It's taller, it's about 16 feet tall, I believe.
Right, so this idea of the athlete, the icon, approaching the level of the David, if you've ever seen the David in Florence, it is this monumental sculpture of the human body classicized. And it has a little bit of that conversation in the Abdesamed piece. It's also, I think, known for being not the most perfect likeness in a way.
And the name of the sculpture is, of course, Headbutt.
There's that part.
And so the thing that the lead that you kind of buried here is that it's the sculpture of Zidane headbutting someone in the chest.
Yes, there is the infamy of one moment in time, right?
Yeah.
One moment in time in which the most placid, the consummate leader, right, the captain, lost it a little bit.
Yeah.
And it makes for a really fascinating backstory. In the auto portrait, in the portrait downstairs, that's only there if you come into the conversation
Yes.
with it in the back of your head.
But that's the thing about sports is that we're so fascinated by stuff that happens outside of the game, right? And so, like, when we see an image of Tyson, we're thinking about him biting Holyfield's ear.
It's hard
And so
not to.
that's there, and that's part of it, and that's also part of the excitement, right? Athletics sets these rules about what can and can't happen, and then every once in a while, things happen outside of that frame, and you kind of realize, like, oh, there is a frame. Like, I forgot there were all these things that were definitely not supposed to happen. And so I always love those moments when something happens that's definitely not supposed to happen.
Yeah, like OG going up for that rebound.
Exactly right. Although even that, the OG Anunoby, like, that's even within the bounds of things that are supposed to happen in basketball, right? It's more like Caitlin Clark being punched in the throat.
Oh, that part.
Is more, right, has more of that feeling of, like, maybe the idea of, like, a looming anarchy, or like, here's what would happen if the rules dissolved. And that can create a certain kind of excitement. So, you know, as a sequel, you did the World's Game, Football and Contemporary Art, here at the Pérez in 2018.
Yeah.
And now we're 2026, and obviously the World Cup is here. We have Colombia and Portugal tomorrow here in Miami. How did you think about approaching this year as someone who loves football and art, and in a city where they're getting World Cup games? This must have been...
That's why it had to be this exhibition. It had to be an exhibition that took on not only the specificity of football, which so many of us love, but could speak, I think, in ways that are a little bit more broad, like being able to walk into the museum now and encounter the Gabriel Orozco ping pong table downstairs. There is an active physical element to the experience of that artwork, and I think that's something that we often forget in the space of the museum, that the museum can be fun, it can be active, it can be all those things. So we have that element to it, in addition to the idea of just simply games that everybody relates to, whether it's a card game or, you know, different kinds of games that we all have a place, I think, to find ourselves in. And so this year was about opening up that framework. We opened during World Baseball Classic. We opened during the Miami Open. So this is kind of like we're hitting our peak right now.
Well, one thing, when I was walking through getting the game just now, I was thinking about how much of that work is about other sports, and how in America, you know, you turn on. I was watching SportsCenter this morning, and you know, they give you a little bit of World Cup. This might be because they don't have the rights to broadcast the games. They give you a little bit of World Cup, and then they're giving you, like, here's what's happening in the football off season, right? And one of the interesting things about soccer, even now, is that it's not a distinctively American sport. And I would also say it's not a distinctively African-American sport. And I think, I was hearing someone talk about how, especially in Europe, soccer is associated with the city. It's an urban sport. I think in the US, especially in the last 30, 40 years, it's been associated, first of all, with the suburbs, right? It's a suburban sport. It's a thing that kids do. It's a wholesome activity for kids. And it's been associated with immigrants. How do you think about that identity and this kind of strange position in this country where the African-American tradition is so central to athletics? Soccer is kind of an outlier.
But that's who we are. And I think that the importance of doing that exhibition here in 2018 was very much to tap into the idea that Miami is a different place, right? It's a different reflection of this country. And I think it, you know, in some ways can be seen as the future vision of this country, right? So in 2018, we have 3 languages in our government agencies already, right? There's Kreyòl, there's Spanish, there's English. Not every city here is like that. So there's an automatic embrace of football that is part and parcel of who we are. And I thought it was important in 2018 to do that from that aspect. The other thing about that is we potentially root for someone else. Like you said, everybody has a team somewhere else that they're just as close to. Inter Miami is a recent phenomenon in some ways. And so there is a passion here that is probably a little bit deeper than other places. Since that cup, if you look at our team, it's phenomenal to think about some of the trajectories you brought up in terms of your own biography, right? Our starting striker was born here almost by mistake, right? His mother was supposed to be on a flight back to England and ended up staying in the United States. He's born in New York City. Tim Weah, his father is a hero, former Liberian president, who played all over the world and was actually Footballer of the Year at one point. So our team now actually looks a lot like other teams. We're finally catching up to the Frances that everybody berated in 1998 for being too black. You know, we're actually approaching that moment. Serginho Dest, our right back, is basically Dutch. So it's a completely different environment. It's one that I think, you know, in some ways would have been the immediate outcome of what we were seeing with the Cosmos in the 70s. It just took us a long time.
Do you think of that as a kind of a bittersweet development in some ways? I was here a few months ago for a game time discussion. We were talking about basketball and the really kind of intimate relationship between basketball and Black American culture in specific. If soccer is the sport of the future, if that's the way we're going, does that mean we're going toward a sport where Black American culture is actually not so central?
Oh no, quite the contrary. If you look at that team, and I mean, I didn't even get to Weston McKennie in the middle of the pitch, Tyler Adams in the middle. It's an absolute reflection, I think, of the beauty of what we have here, where you have that kind of immigrant culture that then taps into a foundational Black American experience. That's what that team is a reflection of.
But there's a tension there, right? Between the idea of like the immigrant culture and a cosmopolitan sense and the rootedness of Black American culture.
Yeah. But is it rooted? I mean, the cosmopolitanness is, I think, part and parcel, right? The idea of the city becoming more of a ground for the production of that team is something that actually is finally being embraced. We're not just a team of suburban kids anymore.
Right.
Finally.
I wonder how that affects the politics of soccer. You know, we mentioned the Lyle Ashton Harris photographs, which partly are about grappling with the tradition of nationalism and hooliganism in European soccer. And it's funny, in America, we don't have that tradition. And so there is this idea of soccer as a sort of a feel-good story, and even the World Cup as a kind of feel-good version of nationalism.
Oh,
and
yeah.
isn't it cute to see the Norwegians doing their rowing? And isn't it fun to see the Dutch parading through the streets?
The bus.
How do you think about the politics of soccer?
Oh man, it's so complicated. But that is the reason why we hold it to such a level, is that it is a reflection of something so much bigger. So it's really complicated, but it's a reflection of the world that we live in. And I believe that it's a good entry point, the same way that art is hopefully a catalyst and a great entry point for people to have some challenging conversations. That sport can do that. It's really complicated in the context of this moment that we find ourselves in. But it's always been, right? I mean, you can't help but think about some of the, you know, we mentioned Russia in 2018, right? It was a complicated moment, or Qatar for that matter, 4 years ago. Or when you think about 78 and being in Argentina, there's always going to be an interesting political backdrop to these conversations. And hopefully the game brings us a little bit more understanding, a little bit more coming together.
When I think about you organizing, you know, years ago when you were looking forward to 2026 and organizing what was going to be here in this space and the different shows and the World Cup, I wonder, did you think that part of what you were doing was counter-programming? 2026, the 250th anniversary of America. you could imagine an alternate universe where that was an organizing principle for you, which, like the World Cup, is partly about national identity.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Not for nothing, we do also have an exhibition on view called This is America upstairs, which I think provides an interesting, more political backdrop to some of the things that are underlying this conversation that we find ourselves in this moment. The idea of a 250th celebratory moment, of course, is also a moment for us to reflect on some of the non-celebratory aspects of that history. And we can do that in the space of the museum.
But isn't it interesting how the World Cup has all these teams literally organized on the basis of nationality, competing against each other, and fans win their flags, and it's considered in some ways a little bit less political than an event like the UFC event at the White House, where you had fighters from all over the world fighting not on behalf of any country, but just for themselves. But that is, in a much more political context.
So we come together for a month, and I don't think we could do this for much more than a month, right? We're a little bit over a month. We get to do this for the Cup, and then we all go back to our clubs. And our clubs are made up of people from all over the world who are going for that same crest. One of my dearest colleagues, right? Emma Hild, our director of development, grew up an Arsenal fan. Somehow I am a Spurs fan. And we work together, and we make it work. If we're in the same place at the same time during the game, it might be a little bit different.
Right.
But that's the beautiful thing about it. And I see the way that one roots for nationhood within these moments is something that I think can only be explored for a given amount of time. And the World Cup is a perfect moment for us to do that.
I was thinking about that tension when looking at some of the Basquiat work. You have this Basquiat show here, figure signs, symbols. There's also a Basquiat show at the Bonnier Gallery that has a lot of his work as well. He has a series that the title of this talk comes from, right? Famous Negro athletes. And many of those athletes depicted in Basquiat's work, there's exceptions, but there's kind of like two main categories, right? There's baseball players, and there's boxers. And the baseball players, in some ways, first of all, it's a team sport. They tend to be maybe celebrated, the idea of America rooting for these baseball teams. And the fighters tend to be slightly different characters, right? Often black boxers in America have been perceived as anti-heroes, maybe even heels, right? They're solitary. They're sometimes a figure for people to rally around or against. How do you think about the way those athletes figure into Basquiat's work?
Oh, man, I could not have imagined the convergence that we have with that exhibition also being on view. Thank you for that. The interesting parallel, like when Basquiat, some of the first images, as you mentioned, are about baseball players, and most specifically, Hank Aaron and Satchel Paige, right? Two figures on different sides of segregation, if you will, because Paige spent most of his life in the Negro League, and there is something interesting about that aspect, but also the kind of psychological torture that both of them faced as being these kind of trailblazers. Hank Aaron, of course, passing Babe Ruth's home run record, receiving countless death threats. I mean, the idea that you want to kill me because I hit a baseball out of the park, right? This idea of records, right? That's something we try to talk about in the exhibition. So Basquiat, not necessarily drawn in the passion of sports way that we're talking about, but drawn specifically to these archetypes. I mean, we're looking in front of Cassius Clay, Floyd Patterson. So these figures that have, as you referred to, these stories that lie outside the frame, and that's what he's drawn to and so fascinated by. So to have this exhibition on view and then to just open this one this week, even, acknowledging that there was a body of about 20 different paintings that address sports figures is just a phenomenal coincidence, but also gives us this moment to think about boxers, to think about other athletes. The boxer thing, has been probably it is the sport that has been most interesting to artists for the last 100, 200 years. To think about boxing as a way of us to think about humanity, a way for us to think about the fight, the idea of the physical versus the mental. It fits into so many different categories. I mean, there was a group show on boxing last year or 2 years ago at the Norton Museum. There have been group shows on boxing for many years. So it's a way, I think, for us to talk most closely for a lot of people about humanity and the things that lie outside the frame by using boxing.
There's that famous, that famous image of Basquiat and Andy Warhol as boxers, right? Which was advertising. One of those was made into a poster to advertise the show they did at the Tony Shafrazi Gallery in 1985.
Yep.
And so the idea of that relationship between fame and infamy, right? Which is obviously something that you see a lot of in Basquiat's work. The idea of wearing the crown of thorns, to mention a phrase that
Absolutely.
you see next door in the Italian.
Yeah.
And, one of my favorite things about that exhibit is, like, there's this New York Times review.
Yeah.
And the New York Times review concludes, Warhol TKO in 16 rounds.
Unbelievable.
The idea is that, Basquiat lost. And I think that is something that I can't, as someone who's not an artist, I can't speak for artists, but the idea that sports offers that clarity. Right?
Yes.
With art, it's permanently unsettled, right? There's no final judgment. It's all this work, and we're forming judgments, we're revising our judgments. With sports, the idea that there is, like, a win or a loss at the end, like, something about that clarity, I think, is really appealing to anyone who works in a world that doesn't offer that kind of clarity.
Absolutely. And when you point out that incredible poster, I know we had an image of it, at the suggestion of Tony Shafrazi, the dealer who is trying to sell the collaborative paintings that the two artists made together, right? He sets that up. They play along wittingly because they're both interested in the story beyond the frame. How are we going down in history? And that image from 1985 is so iconic that we can see it in our mind's eye. Clearly somebody was onto something. I think the interesting thing about that aspect is to acknowledge that there is a fight, that there is a physical kind of endurance, and you're putting yourself through a body in the name of making art. And I think we don't talk about that enough. Cheryl Pope talked about that a lot last time. And so they're hinting at that. It takes a toll, and we know it took a toll there.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that inside the ring or on the field, on the pitch, in sports, you don't get extra points for beauty. You don't get, unless the couple of Olympic sports, you do get some style points, but for soccer, for baseball, for boxing, it doesn't matter if you play it beautifully, right? And that's often been a conversation in a lot of these sports, where you have people who have styles that are considered not as aesthetically pleasing, and it doesn't matter. Like, a win is a win.
Yeah. Oh God, but beauty though, the process.
I mean, that's another way to think about beauty, the idea that anything being done really well is inherently beautiful.
Exactly. I like to think about it that way.
That's the way you think about it?
Exactly the way.
But you must also, as someone, when you're watching, you probably have preferences for different players that don't align neatly with who's the most valuable to the team.
Yes and no, though. I think there's a way, if we think about tennis, for instance, right? There's a way of using the body. There's an elegance, and we're just as interested in seeing that even when the person loses. I think. I mean, I find that.
Who's your least favorite soccer player?
Oh, come on, man. That's a tough question.
This is sports. Sports gives us a safe space to express
no
a little
such
bit
thing
of
as a
hate.
safe space.
To express a little bit of hate.
No such thing as a safe space. You said least favorite?
Yes.
Can't do it.
Come on, man.
Can't do it in Miami.
You've got some players that you've rooted against in your life.
Can't do it in Miami.
So there's someone, though? There's someone like an international celebrity who...
There's no way I can win in this. Trust me.
But you're thinking that you are picturing someone right now, aren't you?
Yeah, I got two.
I ask that just because I think sometimes that falls out of the conversation a little bit when we're talking about sports and we're trying to be smart and high-minded and we're like, oh, the beauty of the game and all this stuff. But that actually the passion of sports has a little bit or a lot to do with some of that hate, some of that rooting against, and some of those like more negative feelings, which get expressed sometimes in innocent ways, sometimes not so innocent ways, seem like a really important part of the experience.
It's so true. Look, I've been at the Miami Dolphins game with the co-owners, one of which has his name on this building. The Dolphins scored, he turned around, he goes like this, and he knows I'm dying inside. And I still had to tap his hand. And it hurt so much. Yes, I cannot root for the Dolphins, I'm sorry. Not root for the Red Sox. I mean, there are certain things you just cannot do.
Sure. Well, I see this is about to devolve into an argument. Are you the thank you so much for sitting up here and talking about this.
Thank you.
These shows, I'm sure you planned this. I'm saying it like it's an accident that these shows, that the Basquiat show and the Get in the Game show are kind of in conversation. Obviously, this was part of your idea of bringing them here in this year, which is a World Cup year for you, primarily and maybe secondarily America's birthday.
Yeah, no, but there's always a method to the madness. You said it, but there's always a method to the madness. Not only that, but to have the Get in the Game, to have Basquiat, to have Maritza Lacayo's This is America, we plan for moments like this. We want to celebrate, and we also want to question and criticize.
And is it possible that some of these people might see you wandering around the museum wearing a football jersey at some point in the next few weeks?
Oh, man, they already have. Yeah, and that will definitely keep on happening. You know, I just to the point, I mean, I've lived in Houston, I've lived in Los Angeles, I've lived here, I'm from New York. I know how to sometimes just fit in to answer that question, right? But yes, we have some favorites.
You have some favorites. All right, well, if you catch him maybe in a more private setting, maybe he will reveal some of those favorites to you. Thanks to everyone for coming, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, and I think we have another panel right after us, so please don't go anywhere.
Thanks, everybody.
Check 1, 2.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Game Time Session 2. I'm really excited and honored to introduce our next talk, all of which are comprised of former collaborators and current collaborators of both myself, Franklin, the institution, and generally also, I think all of which, in one way or another, capture the kind of iconoclastic spirit of Game Time, in which we try to shine a light on folks who are passionate not only about their craft, not only about sports, not only about art, but about humanism, about democracy, and about civil rights. So today, we have my friend and longtime collaborator, Patton Hindle, who is the new Director of Arts at Knight Foundation, who, as I mentioned earlier, are the reason that we're here today, as they have supported Game Time very generously. But Patton's journey to this talk today is far longer than just her new opportunity at the Knight Foundation. She has collaborated with two of our speakers today, Glenn Kino and Tommy Smith, on Withdrawn Arms for, I don't know, probably over a decade ago now, when she was leading arts at Kickstarter, and Glenn began to fundraise for this project many years ago, specifically a film and education component of the project that traveled to the United States. So Patton will be moderating. As I mentioned, Glenn Kino, a fantastic filmmaker, contemporary artist, magician, among other things, who has had a very long, storied, and well-documented collaboration with Olympic gold medalist and, I would say, icon Tommy Smith. It's an incredible honor to have Tommy Smith join us here at the Pérez Museum and at Game Time today. I don't think anyone embodies the courage and determination it takes to stand up under the world's eye and really espouse what you believe in, whether it's with words or with a gesture. So Tommy, we're really excited to have you and to speak with you today. And also joining us for a second time, which means he did really well the first time, is Damian Thomas, who is the consulting sports curator at the Smithsonian Museum of African American History and Culture. And Damian not only is probably one of the leading sports historians in the United States, but he is a leading civil rights historian as well. So he is, I think, the perfect addition to this talk. And, you know, the work inspired by the collaboration of Tommy and Glenn, Withdrawn Arms, where Glenn created bronze recreations of Tommy's arms that have kind of hung from the ceilings of some of the country's greatest institutions, Kunsthalls, and public spaces, was in Washington, D.C., and I believe Damian mentioned at our last conference in one of his favorite works. So this is all just like very humbling, and I'm really excited to have you guys here to do this talk. And with that, before we do, let's go to the videotape.
Thank you, everybody, for having us, and thank you, Adam, for that very kind introduction. And also thank you to the Pérez Art Museum for hosting these wonderful conversations. It's a real treat to be here today. As Adam noted, it is basically a decade since Glenn, Tommy, and I were able to work together in my capacity at Kickstarter, which felt like sort of the opening of this project to the world in many ways, which I think, Glenn, you were very smart to think of it in that capacity. But it's also wonderful to have Dr. Thomas here with us, whose work is really about preserving this kind of history. And we wouldn't be, between an artist and a curator here knowing really and remembering Tommy and the way that we do without both of your work. So thank you very much. Just as in this conversation, as art proves as a site for protest, so does cultural work, and so do artists. So I really like to begin by asking each of you to ground us in our conversation today. And I'll start with you, Glenn, because you're next to me. What first drew you into this decade-long collaboration, and what did you come to understand about that gesture at its center that you couldn't have understood from a distance?
First of all, thank you, Patton, and thank you, Adam, and the team, and Franklin, and the whole team, and for all you being here and still listening to us after all this time. So I first saw the photo of Tommy when I was in high school, and the story goes, I had a picture of it taped to the corner of my iMac in my studio for my entire career. And the way history works is, it was a black and white version I had. I know there's color versions, but I had the black and white version. And I didn't know if Tommy was alive or anything about it. I just knew that it was, for me, from the outside, a symbol of defiance and courage. And then probably 15 years ago, a friend of mine walked into my studio, pointed at the image, and he goes, "Oh, Coach Smith, you want to meet him?" And I was like, "What are you talking about? This man's alive." And he says, "Yeah, he was my track coach." Our friend's name is Michael Jonte. And he walks to the corner of the studio, and he comes back, and he had been texting someone, and he was texting Delois Smith, who's up there in our audience, who's our rock, who keeps us together, and who was texting Delois and said, 5 minutes later, he came back and said, "They want to meet you." And I was like, "Get out of town." And so that was like on a Tuesday, and I booked 2 tickets to Atlanta, where they live. So by Friday, I was like, knocking on his door. Delois and Tommy gracefully and graciously let me in, and we sat on his couch, and he played the race that he won in slow motion, and it was like on a VHS machine, and I was like, "This is incredible." And then an hour on the hour, Tommy was describing what was going on in the race, and Delois says, "Tommy, shut up, Glenn, why are you here?" And he goes, "Tommy will talk all night long if we let him, but we need to know why you're here." And I said, "Look, I'm not here to sell you anything. I'm here to be in service, but I have an observation." And they said, "What?" I said, "It strikes me that you live in a bit of a time bubble, because for me, I only know that as a gesture from the outside. You're the only person who saw that gesture from the inside out. And what if we could collaborate to create something that to allow the world to experience and you to experience this tremendous gift you've given to all of us." And at that point the collaboration was on, and then the image you just saw of Tommy was that we said, like, I said, "What if we can cast your arm?" Or what I said, what if we could take the arm off your body? And Tommy's like, "You're not going to cut off my arm." I said, no, I'm going to cast it. And so we cast the arm, and then we were off to the races. So
Awesome. And Tommy, as the person who was at the center of that moment, people really do see the image, but they don't understand the cost that you endured as a result of that. And I know at some point, I'm sure we'll touch on what was in your mind at that moment, but what do you want people to really remember about what was at stake for you?
Well, this life of Tommy Smith has been very emotional and exciting to himself. And thank you, Madam Moderator, and Glenn and Damien, and especially you folks out there. You are the people which I represent, or represent me. I've always been this way. Out of one of 14, I have brothers and sisters. I don't remember the first 2, but I remember 12. And there's only 4 of us left, and I'm the oldest. That scares me. I have never been the oldest of too many things. I've been the first of quite a few things, because I see life as a responsibility because you weren't born because you said, I want to be. You were born because of a blessing. And I've always viewed it that way, people, that I am here to serve, period. From the cotton fields of the backwoods of Clarksville, Texas, to Atlanta, where I live now. I've always served, and I will die serving. One thing I will not do, carry me to my resting place. But you've brought me through to a point, the situation where I feel responsible to you. As I said a few moments ago, I've always felt that way. I am responsible because you brought me to where I was at that particular time. Yes, I went to a grammar school picking cotton, chopping cotton, cutting grapes in California. That's what we did. Irrigate cotton and corn. That's my background. And I owe back to the system of liberty, the system of freedom, the system of walking with both hands in the air because I give up to you the serenity of love, of respect. That victory stand you just saw a few moments ago wasn't because I was Mr. Bad, Mr. Cool, because I was blessed to run. How fast did I run? I guess fast anybody in the world because I held a world record.
You did break a record. You did break a record.
First man under 20 seconds in the 200 meters. And that responsibility, folks, was because of you gave me that chance. Working hard, I'm used to working hard. I'm used to liberty, of freedom, of doing what I want to do. But
hey Tom, I'm going to jump in just because this image is up right now. Sorry. So when we cast Tommy's arm and the arm cast came up, you see up here this little dark shadow on his arm, like right here on his wrist. He pointed at that and he says, "You know what that is, son?" And I said, "What is that, sir?" He says, "That's a class muscle." I say, "What do you mean?" He says, "You only get that from picking cotton." So when I'm up on the stand, I flex it to let everyone know that even if you pick cotton, you're up here with me. And for me, what you just said, the story you just shared, I didn't know that even in my generation, there were individuals and folks, because we think of like picking cotton as something in the history books. But that was something that you personally experienced.
Yeah, oh yes, oh yeah. Personal experience, yeah. I felt that's where I was supposed to be when I was there. So I've always felt a responsibility to move forward, to love and to respect. From my Christian background, Christian experience, you are my reason for this to happen. Like Glenn said a few moments ago, I can talk all day because of my books that I've written. It's all in there. But let's talk about today.
We can go to Dr. Thomas for a moment. We're definitely going to come back to you, Tommy. Don't worry. Dr. Thomas, as a historian and curator, how do you consider the difference between an iconic sports moment and a historical turning point? And then also, what does it mean when they're intersecting?
It's a good question, and thank you for having me here today. I think it's important to celebrate both of them. Sometimes it is the sporting moment that matters most. Sometimes it is the political, social, and cultural gesture that matters most. One of the things that's really important and powerful here is that we have both. As Dr. Smith just mentioned, first person to run under 20 seconds, set a world record that lasted for 18 years. It's not just important that you set a world record. We also track how long that world record remains in place. And so with all of the political pressure, all of the eyes on him, knowing that he had to win, he went out and set a world record. He might still have the world record had he not put his hands up about 5 feet before the finish line. So even with that, set this incredible record. But it's also the context of this moment. Over the last 20 years, and it's really a testament to his vision, when he was doing this, people were separating the two movements. Here's the civil rights movement. We have the Black Power movement. Over the last 20 years, scholars have caught up with you. And now we call it the Black Freedom Movement, because what scholars have started to realize is that these movements are closer than they are apart. And by naming the project the Olympic Project for Human Rights, emphasizing human rights, because when we think about civil rights are about laws. The laws say this is legal. Human rights is about people's lived reality. And I think that's a key moment, and it really speaks to the forward thinking of you, Dr. Edwards, and others involved in this moment. And so we're finally just catching up to you. And so I'm really excited about that.
Thank you. That's a perfect segue, really, and also Tommy set us up to think about that day, Tommy, in 1968, when you ran that race and you won. Did you premeditate the idea of going up there and thinking you were going to raise your fist? And then following that, and I unfortunately sort of know some of this, but the fallout of that, like what happened to you following that moment, were you prepared for that? Did you expect the kind of reception that happened back home in America?
There was much on my mind back then as a young guy, 23, 24 years old, in fact, I was still in college, hadn't graduated yet, but I felt a responsibility to carry on what God has given me, to bless me with. No, I didn't know anything that was going to happen. I just knew what my responsibility was on the inside out. I had given my life up weeks before then because I didn't think I would live after then. In fact, when I pulled that muscle in the semis, in this left leg, the groin area leg, I thought I had been shot because there's so many threats on my life before that time. So I didn't know anything. I was just running and hope to God that I would survive to do whatever he had me to do. No, I didn't know what I was going to do. I told my partner, I have gloves. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but God's going to tell me what's going to happen. When that fist went up, my whole heart jumped on the outside, literally on the outside. And when I militarily turned to the flag to the right, it was it. I thought that was it. And when I turned back, militarily turned back to the left to face the crowd, I said, oh, God, good, now I'm okay. Then when I walked across the track back down to the dungeon where we came out to accept the medals, I felt free because I had gotten off of my heart inside what I needed to say, and that was the victory stand. You told me what it meant because of you. I knew what it meant. It meant freedom. It meant my gesture had been finished.
Well, following that, and this is really to everybody here, but we're told, in many realms that stick to sports, don't be involved in protests, don't be involved in politics. Do you feel that that's actually possible? They seem to be increasingly a site of protest, and even up to our contemporary moment. Do you feel it's even possible to separate the two things at this point?
Yeah, I think sports is life. Sports is right the middle of the portion of what people think now. On television, what do you see most? You see sports. Even the young kids does what the most important people in sports do. Wear the uniform, use signs, use words, activities. Everything's dealing in sports. When you get out of bed or when the little baby kicked their legs up while you're putting the diapers on, that's part of sport because you have to use the muscle to make that gesture. And don't mention the sound that comes with that gesture. It's all there. It's what we do. They talk there on one end, we talk the other end. They both sometimes smell the same, So we're dealing with reality here. And on the victory stand, I know I'm jumping back in. At the victory stand, I felt a totality of reasoning with everyone else. This is the sound that you must hear. Now you make out of it what you feel is necessary. Mine was a bit different. Mine was about my life, my entire life. I didn't know what was going to happen afterward because I didn't think I was going to be alive to live it afterwards. But thank God.
Yeah, I would say for me, sports, there's a lot of things about sports, but I think there's an intrinsic politic of the actors in the games, and the representation of who they are, and that automatically, creates a politics of awareness, of opportunity. One thing that people might not know about that moment with Tommy, it was the first ever Olympic Games broadcast live. So there was not an opportunity for them to do a 5-second, we're not going to put that out there. Tommy was actually the first, before Rage Against the Machine, before any rock musician, Tommy was the first person to create an intervention on worldwide television. And it was the first moment to do that. And so, when all the world was watching, to be able to take a moment and this is what always strikes me about the blessing I've had to spend time with Tommy and Delois and share these stories, is that, like, in a time where right now young athletes, and not all of them, but it's a wonderful opportunity for self-advancement. Right? I've won the most important contest in the world, and it's a little bit of a time for accolades. At that moment, Tommy inverted the gaze of the entire world to say, this is not about me, this is about you, and sacrificed effectively the next 25 years of his life, in a single moment to offer the community a sense of courage and pride. And we've interviewed hundreds of people in our world and work together, and nearly to a T, every person says, after we saw that on television, or after I heard about that, we all stood up a little bit taller. We had a spring in our step. We had a little more confidence. And Dr. Lonnie Bunch even was saying, we stood up taller, and we knew we had to. Sacrifice was in our cards too. We could do that, and it was all because of Tommy. And so I think they're intrinsically related because of like who people are. And for the last little bit is like for athletes, when you see like basketball players, for example, like there's an inherent politic of who these people are, where they come from, what their stories are, and which gives them a platform to have influence.
Yeah.
I think you're right. They're always linked. Sometimes the politics are in the background, and sometimes they come to the foreground. Like if we think about our contemporary moment, one of the things that's unique about this period as opposed to the late 1960s is a lot of the political activism in sports comes from the top down. So the leagues will say, these are the causes, these are the issues, these are the moments we want to support. And so the real question in the contemporary moment is, can the political context, the political struggle emerge from the bottom up with the players saying these are the things that are most important to us? If we think about the context of the 1968 Olympics, there's a lot of politics involved. The Cold War is raging. And that's not the problematic politics, but it's when people begin to bring in political ideas and political notions that are not at the state level. Can African Americans raise issues? Can women raise issues? Can people raise their own individual issues and make those appear in the forefront? That's what the problem was. Not that there were politics, but that the athletes themselves wanted to be heard.
And we're seeing more and more of that individual activism on the field these days, taking a knee. We have millions of, not millions, but probably hundreds of examples of this happening. Millions would be a bit of an exaggeration. But I also think, in both of what you, and actually in what all of you have said, Glenn, it's interesting to think about, separating yourself from the politics. It's hard for an artist to do that. As a visual artist, like you are very much the same as as an athlete. You cannot change who you are and what your identity is, and that ultimately is a part of the work that you make. Whether you try to distance yourself from it or not, you are still the creator of that. And how did you feel, in working with Tommy in this? Did you start to see more parallels in your work relative to sort of his own practice as an athlete?
Yeah, I've always said from the beginning I thought Tommy's gesture was an artistic gesture. But for me, as an art, I'll just personalize this really right now. As an Asian American artist growing up in the art world, the first thing I was told was to don't do anything about your race. Because no one cares about Asians, and if you do work about being Asian, you're not going to get anywhere, you'll be marginalized. And wow, that's, in the world of artists of color, to be even further marginalized. And they said also correlatively, ask bigger questions. I said, oh, so like asking about identity from my personal vantage point was not an important question. What that led me to understand, though, is that was merely a reflection of the world that I saw as an Asian American growing up, which was I was not seen, right? And so what I did was I assembled always as friend groups or tours through different sort of groups. I always assembled collaborations that reflected the world that I believed growing up, that I believed this country was about, intersectional relationships. So my best friends were Black, Filipino, Mexican, and I just grew up with this diversity, and it was natural for me to be able to then create a landscape of collaborators that reflected what the belief that I have in America of what this means for us to be equal and to not ignore our differences, but to celebrate the differences, right? So when I get to Tommy's house, and they're telling me the story, and Tommy makes it very clear when he explained to me OPHR, the Olympic Project for Human Rights, and he says very clearly, as a Black American, as a Black man, it was a Black power, but his gesture and his symbols were always OPHR, and it was really about inclusivity, and this gesture and my sacrifice, he says, was meant for everyone. I got chills, and I was like, this is the first time that the author of the symbol that I had like sort of maybe secretly put on my computer and felt excluded from, but I like an attachment to, but excluded from, being that like Asian Americans didn't do that, and so Tommy was my role model. But to hear the source of the performance and the artwork to say to me, no, this is for you too. I nearly started to cry in the house, and I was like, oh. Can we do something together? And I had spent some time with Oprah Winfrey and a few people, and I had learned deeply what it means to be in service and to use my artistic skills to do that. And so it was a very natural worldview to have us cross generations, cross cultures, and we've been on the road for over a decade now,
Yes.
and people always be like, how do little Asian guy and Tommy Smith get together and go do this? I said, well, this kind of reflects the world, that we want to see.
Yeah.
Right. So, anyways.
Absolutely. And I think in this project, and in everything that you have just shared, and what Tommy's gesture was about it being reflective of the community and being reflective of the world around, I think that that's what really drew me to the work originally, was that your collaboration was recontextualizing Tommy's gesture as an American gesture, as something that's about us as a community, but then the educational efforts beyond that, to work with children, to teach them the importance of their own mark in a different way, was really compelling. I don't know if anybody would like to speak a little bit about that educational aspect to the project.
Yeah, so just by background, Tommy and I went on a multi-city tour in San Jose, Atlanta, and we talked to kids, and we would do a twofer lecture where I would teach the kids about drawing and just making their mark in a way, and Tommy would talk about civil rights and his history about making their mark, with whoever they were, and that was a fun part of which all was in the film Withdrawn Arms, and so yeah, and that was really fun to go talk to all the kids, right?
Yeah, it really is. Even in my family now, I speak of things about my background, and they look at me and say, "Grandpa, did you know about that?" I said, "Yeah, David, that was me." They look at me. They don't know how to comment about me. Who am I? I'm just Grandpa. Grandpa, let's go out and jog. And I said, well, you can probably beat me. And they say, well, yeah, I know I can because you never ran before. And I'm saying, no, wait a minute. This is a kid. This is my brother's son. Well, maybe he just lost. But a lot of folks are lost in Tommy Smith because of what I did, what I represent. They thought I was a militant guy. I'm afraid of militants. I deal with the books. My wife told me readily, you see too much in words. You asked me to say the word completely so you can understand it. I said, I'm a child when it comes to words because I want to know everything about the word you're talking about, even how you pronounce it correctly. Education is my thing, and kids is my education. Like you're sitting out there now, I can see me and you, but we're not the same people. But you got the same thing I have. Men have it and women have it, and we just grew up with it differently. But we're all got the same thing on the inside, so why do we hate each other? Is it because of the color of the outside that does not show the color of the inside, but you should know it anyway? I know Dolores, that's my wife's name, Dolores. She probably saying, you're speaking of things that people don't know about. They know about it, we just don't think about it. Once you walk out of this room here and you look at somebody, you see a difference. You don't see the sameness. Why can't you see the sameness? Because it's not visually there. But intrinsically, it's obvious. And that's how I grew up.
I got to interrupt because I got to tell you this. I got to tell them the story, and then I'm going to.
He always has stories.
Oh yeah,
okay?
Because just to jog the memory, this is how much Tommy and this is like a really great, this is the first time we're doing this in a museum like this, but this is the great thing about like Tommy and how, and equality, right, for growing up. So when Tommy was younger, at his home in Lemoore, California, where he was.
Lemoore, that's weird.
Which is also next door to Kelly Slater's Sir French, weirdly. Tommy would get done with a shift of picking cotton in school, and on the sometimes in the cotton field, he'd see inanimate objects like what number would be considered trash. Artists would consider it source material and found objects, and Tommy would collect these things and detritus of the landscape, and secretly underneath his house save them and create still lifes, and you would talk to them, right?
That's right.
And so when he told me that, I was like, this is a man who artists do this, right? Artists create assemblage, they build things in the deserts, and have conversations with our work, right? So how old were you when you did that?
6, 7, 8, when I can move to where other people can't, like under the house.
And you told me you did that because you thought they were lonely.
Oh yeah, because they were lonely, and I would cry with them. I would cry for them. I grew up with that feeling on the inside, like Mexico City Victory Stand. I cried. I prayed and I cried. I knew exactly how many seconds that the national anthem took for me. Here I go again. Oh, sorry, Dolores. But it's been a long trip, folks. I'm 82 now. And
But you don't look it.
I really,
it's been 10 years since I've seen him, and I was like, how does he still look so amazing?
collection plate is right there on the outside. Y'all are beautiful to me, I tell you. People, human beings, you're God's creation. People don't realize about what Tommy Smith thinks. Damien, you're the youngest one up here. You got to pat me on the back, man. Come on.
Sure. I was thinking about this idea that we've been talking about, this sort of universalizing, that this is just not a protest moment for African Americans. One of the things that gets forgotten in this story, in this moment, was that South Africa was barred from the Olympic Games in 1964. Then in early 1968, the International Olympic Committee said that an apartheid-era South Africa could come back to the Olympic Games. But Tommy and other African-American athletes got with African athletes and said, if you allow apartheid-era South Africa to come back into the Olympic Games, we are not coming. And so then the IOC rebarred South Africa, and they remain excluded from the Olympic Games until 1992. And so this is an international movement that stood up against one of the most oppressive forms of discrimination in this world. And so this is a far-reaching sort of gesture. And then you begin to see a lot of other sports leagues begin to try to isolate South Africa as well. And so this is a major part of this story that we often forget. And so I just want to say thank you for being someone willing, because the other thing about this is that this was not a moment where they just put their fist up. We have on display in the museum a cover of Newsweek from July 1967, over a year before, with Tommy Smith on the cover, and the title is The Angry Black Athlete. And so people were aware of this, and people spent over a year trying to convince you not to do this.
Right.
They, in fact, had 2 U.S. Olympic trials trying to create a team that would not be involved. And so there were lots of opportunities for you to take an off-ramp, to say, okay, we're not going to do this, I'm not going to be engaged, but your commitment to do the right thing is the lesson for us and to the kids. So thank you.
But it wasn't, as he said, and as Glenn noted, without troubles, without effects that happened to him personally. I remember, Tommy, you telling me a story when you were at Oberlin, and how someone was following you around consistently all over town, just following you, and you knew that it was someone, from the FBI who was following you around? Do you want to share that story? Because it is really epic.
Yeah. I became an instructor, coach, assistant AD, athletic director that is, at Oberlin College in Northeast Ohio at age 27. And I was endowed in making some type of stand while I was there. And my stand was just moving around town, walking on the black side of town, yes, across the tracks, and at the college. And in fact, that's where the FBI found me, across the track getting a haircut. And I had only been there for a couple of years. And I one day realized that there was somebody following me. And they didn't look real. They looked inhuman. But they had on a coat, a tie, and a bulge on the right side. And I wondered, gee, that guy's sick. He got cancer or something. But that was his gun sticking out. I was at a barber shop, and I saw this little dirty car passing by, back and forth across the track. And I wondered, that's weird. There's two white dudes in this car with suits on. And they kept looking my way. I was in a barber shop. The car stopped by my old car. I had an old Chrysler, Belvedere Chrysler. That's all the money I had to buy one. They came in the shop and said, is there a Tommy Smith here? And I said, oh my God, because no one in the town knew who Tommy Smith was. I was in the black part of Oberlin. I mean, if you know where Oberlin is in Ohio, you know that there's one part of town, there's another part of town. I was across the track at that part of town, and nobody knew who I was. So I just decided, Tommy, you better do something, man. They're going to take everybody out. So I raised my hand. I'm Tommy Smith. And guys, two of them, stood back and looked at me very strange. And I said, I better do something. Better do something quick. They said, could we see you outside? I looked at my wife very patiently and said, in about 5 minutes, I have a haircut due. Meet me back in my office, and I'll give you all the time you need. And they said, well, where is your office? I said, you found me across the tracks. I'm sure you can find me on the other side of town at my office at a new gym that just been built. So I had about 45 minutes. I went back, and there they were sitting, waiting patiently. And I said, God, they finally found me. Oh, I'm in trouble now. The last few words, to make the story short, the last few words of that conversation was, well, we came here because we know that you was hired by a person who knew Patty Hearst. That got me. So I'm a coleus guy, coleus plants. I love coleus plants. So I had a big coleus plant sitting in the window. And so I turned and started cutting the coleus plant with my fingernails. I didn't want to pick the scissors up because you know what that, no scissors. I started clipping this. And they said, well, thank you very much for your information. But they would look for me for another reason, only because of Jack Scott, who knew Patty Hearst. And that's another whole story. To answer your question, that's how I was followed in Oberlin.
Oh, it's amazing.
That's a great story.
It's a good story. Damien, in the context of that, I think, we're talking about the price that Tommy had to pay for a long period of time. When we think about these acts of protest, how do you feel the sort of curatorial historical contextualization of this work has changed over sort of your career? Because if this was something that was sort of frowned upon in the moment but now is celebrated, have we caught up? Have we caught up to the moment of being able to recognize these things in the moment and then actually celebrate them? Or is it still, there's a tension there?
As I think about that question, I'm reminded of something that Martin Luther King Jr. said. He said, leaders don't follow public opinion. They make public opinion. All right. And that's really what it requires, is that people who are willing to stand up when everybody else says no. And so as I think about it from the standpoint of being a curator, when we opened, that was the only statue out front, because I wanted people to know that this was not just going to be a gallery that says that black people can run fast and jump high and score a lot of points. I wanted people to know that this was not going to be a sports history gallery, but rather a gallery which attempts to tell African-American history through the lens of sports. And so it was key that this would be the first moment that people saw. And so when we think about why the narrative has changed, it's not because Tommy's changed. He's never veered away from what he said in 1968. But we as a country have changed, and we've grown, and we're able to see that things are different than maybe what we had perceived, particularly in 1968, because sports was the answer to racism. Whenever people pointed out the lasting inequalities, inequalities in society, people would say, well, what about sports? You have sports. You could do this. You can do that. Even as a world-class athlete at San Jose State, you had trouble finding a place to live.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Right?
That's right. Yes, indeed.
Facing discrimination as a world champion. You want to talk about that a little bit?
It was difficult just to live every day. Not only finding a place to stay, but finding people to talk to that realized that there was a need, and that need was to understand people, not that the color you were, but the inside you are. And that was my big problem, thinking people knew who I was or who people were, or the love and effect that could be, is knowing what you are, not what they were. And that, I walked around campus many a day. Right now, with the huge statue is standing on the San Jose State campus, I walked through that on the way to the library, and I stayed. And I got lost in the library many times trying to be Mr. Big, trying to understand certain things because someone else thought I should know what was necessary for them to live. And I was trying to find a way for me to live, because the excitement of life to me was not in the cotton fields every day. I was at San Jose State University in the summertime. I went back to pick cotton with my mother and my dad and the rest of my brothers and sisters in the 60s. In the mid-60s, folks, I'm out picking 100 pounds a day for 2.5 hours for 100 pounds for $3. I mean, I came up that way all the way to Mexico 68. I wouldn't go back home in some summers because I didn't want to go pick any cotton. And I got lost in that question. That was my realization. To the victory stand, the love and effect of freedom, the love and effect of love. And I didn't use the word love very often because my family didn't even use love. They used God, which they viewed as the word love.
Well, I think one element of the work that you have that all of you have done in your careers, intersects, at Knight Foundation where I work, we think about arts and culture as part of civic infrastructure. And this conversation itself raises related questions. How do artists, athletes, institutions help shape public understanding of democracy, belonging, dissent? And Dr. Thomas, that is your life's work, truly. Are there things that you have witnessed in your practice and in your work that you've seen, let's say, they don't have to be monumental, but incremental shifts on that are compelling to you of what's happening in the field now towards this idea of progress and understanding each other?
Yeah, I think it's incremental, and this is why an exhibition like this is really important. I think back to when I was in graduate school, and I was telling my advisor that I wanted to write my dissertation on the role of sports in the civil rights movement. He said, don't do it. Career suicide. And I was a student at UCLA. We're talking about the school of Jackie Robinson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Arthur Ashe, Florence Griffith Joyner, John Wooden. And I began to think about my time there as an undergraduate. And there were no classes which dealt with the importance of sports as a cultural institution. And I think today we still see that. Even at my museum, the sports gallery was the last gallery to get approved in this museum. In fact, when I got involved with the museum, they asked me to come consult with them because they were not going to have a sports gallery. And I think part of it is people are fearful that talking about sports, particularly in the context of African Americans, which somehow mark African Americans as different, it might reinforce biological notions of racism. And people thought it would just be the toy department. So I think our gallery has gone a long way to contextualizing that and helping people think about it. I think about the intended audience for the gallery. I wanted to create a sports gallery for non-sports fans. When I say that, I mean people who can't tell you the difference between a slam dunk or a touchdown. They don't even know what sports you're talking about. But I wanted them to be able to go in and get a sense of why sports have been so crucial and important for African American history and culture and for American history. And so I think as institutions continue to be brave, continue to find ways to draw those connections, we'll see change continue to happen. But I still think there's a long way to go.
Yeah, which leads me to sort of a closing question before we open to audience questions. When you think about legacy and you think about Tommy's Act or many of the things that you have studied and presented, and this is for everybody, what do you hope remains alive and unfinished in this conversation? Because there's a part of that that's important to progress.
Well, I think that when we made the bridge artwork, we've often referenced it as a bridge from the past to the future, and to introduce people to what Tommy did and the narrative of his sacrifice. I had to connect to the last question too. I think that I always talk about art being the last place in society now that functions outside of the an ROI or a KPI model, where like a good artist doesn't like go in and like make a certain amount of money every day.
They don't,
of course we don't.
unfortunately.
but a good day for an artist is that you get out of the studio and say, God, did you imagine a better world? You know, did you imagine progress? And I think in this current moment, art has the word art and the job of contemporary art sort of been transformed over the past 20 years to have value being placed in sort of like sales and whatnot. But you know, my romantic vision of art, you know, is that it's about creation of meaning, you know, and imagining and challenging the world as opposed to decorating the world, right? Art can be decorative, but for me, so when we make something like the bridge, which we know is awe-inspiring piece, it's sort of, there's a certain sense of awe to it when people go see it. That awe is the device that we use to introduce people to a very, very challenging story, you know. And so to us, when you walk into the Smithsonian now, and that was the ultimate resting place that we wanted when we first debuted the bridge, we said, this has got to be in the Smithsonian. I don't know how we're going to do it. We ended up getting there. You know, it's about creating these moments for someone to access Tommy's story through a cultural artifact, through a cultural landscape, and then hopefully pique curiosity, and then get into an auditorium where you can, you know, hear a thing, and then on your TV you can watch a story and then be inspired and learn, not dissimilarly to how I did that when I first had this image up on my computer. So.
When I think about preserving this legacy, I look at that picture, and we've been able to collect so many of those items. Dr. and Mrs. Smith have been incredibly generous with the museum, the warm-up suit. We have the track shoes he was wearing. And so my goal is to ensure that we always have items to put on display, so that story is always at the forefront of our storytelling. I think what we also have to realize is that in some ways, some of these stories might go through periods where they're as less known. If you think about from like 1975 to 1965, this story wasn't as prominent as it needed to be. And then there's an HBO document, and then Glenn's work, and then others' work. And so having this body of work. Then there are a couple books that come out in the late 1990s. And incredibly importantly, that you wrote your own book. Because even to this day, autobiography still is the predominant way through which African American history is told and preserved. And so that will become a document that scholars will reference over and over and over again. And I also applaud you for taking the opportunity and chance to work with Glenn, because it's not just important that it's in the history books. It's got to be in art. It's got to be in documentary. And so you being open to thinking about the multiple ways that your story can be preserved and told is really important, because there are a lot of people who are unwilling to do that.
I feel a necessity, and it is a joy to do these things, because they are stories, and I did live those stories. And as I'm speaking about those stories, I can see myself moving as an individual, as a little kid in these stories. So they are truth. And when you say things like that, I look at you, because I'm saying, this guy is only in his early 50s, late 40s, early 50s. How does he know these things? Because he studied them. He realized that the need for it to happen, need for it to be seen, it already has happened. We raise kids every day who barely know how to say their names because they have the computer to say it for them. But this is in real life. And real life is what I deal with, the coordination of the thought process. And with these two young guys sitting on my right and left, I had to look at them. I wonder, where did they get these stories? And I realized, well, Tommy, you've been talking about the insides all your life. Can you give the guys some credit? And but you still got to pass that door for the money we put in, you know. Yeah. I'm done.
We can open to questions from the audience. Thank you, Tommy. You're all that shy.
Hello. I just want to say this was an absolutely incredible panel. I think one of the best I've ever attended, just in general.
Don't forget that door you got to pass, okay?
We'll get the collection. I'll go to the collection bucket. But I had a question. I think something that's really interesting about all your stories, you know, today is, and I love the quote from Dr. King that, you know, you don't wait for the leaders don't wait to. Oh my God! Now I'm forgetting the quote. The leaders don't wait for public opinion; they create public opinion, right? And I think that we see that across all three of your stories. You know, you were told not to pursue the thesis that you wanted to study. You know, you were told, you know, not to tell your own, you know, Asian American story. And I think that we see that even recently. I'm one of the people that doesn't know much about sports, you know, that you all had been speaking to. But recently I've been captivated by the story of the Knicks, mainly thanks to Patton, who has by proxy infected me with the Knicks, you know, fandom. But I think that's also like rooted in kind of what we're talking about here with, you know, the story. What I think is so captivating about that is the story of like Jalen Brunson being told that he, you know, was not good enough and he can't do, you know, what he was trying to do, what he was setting out to do. So I wonder if Mr. Smith, I love your kind of like mindset about life, and we didn't hear much about kind of how you faced or how you thought about folks that told you that you can't do what you're setting out to do. You know, so I wonder how did you overcome, you know, folks that told you not only that you can't, you know, be a successful athlete if you were told that, but also the fact that you can't make an impactful political statement, you know, and how did you overcome that, and what was that thought process like for folks that are striving to do that in small and large ways?
Yeah, you know, I've ran into those more than once, but I'm only one person. I hear the same story, and I try to make the answer the same, but using different words. And I go biblical. Silver and gold have I none, but such as I have give I thee. Or faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So there's things I want to do that I haven't done or haven't seen, but I keep trying because there's breath in me to breathe, to move toward that direction. I'm always trying. That's why I became a school teacher at a very young age, because I wanted to teach kids about me, about us. I mean, the grammar school I taught was the same grammar school which I graduated from. And the same classroom that I was in, that's the classroom that I developed an idea of Tommy. Don't be so quiet, say something. But I didn't know what to say because I'd never taught. So I used physical activities to serve my gesture socially. And that's where running came in. Football came in. It wasn't my being a bad dude. It was my being in coordination with other people doing the same thing I was doing. That's how I grew. That's how I grew. And I want every kid out there to know that you are somebody. You are somebody. Don't pretend, but you are. Realize that you are God's gift just like I was. And yes, I'm going to quit there because I don't have my Bible here to give you a sermon.
I'll just add to that, though. When we debuted, one of these images is the first time we showed the bridge. It was in a warehouse in D.C. For a great show. This one right here. I actually angled it and pointed it at the Smithsonian because I told Delois on the walk there, I said, we're going to manifest this, and I'm just going to point this thing at the White House. We're going to meet President Obama. We're going to figure this out. We're going to the Smithsonian. But when we walked from the hotel to the first day before Tommy had seen this, we were standing in the front door, and I was getting excited and nervous to open it and show him for the first time. And the little plaque was outside, and it had our names. And there was an elderly black gentleman, a sanitation worker, who was just finishing cleaning up. And he walked out and he saw us, and he said, he goes, "Are you the artist? And are you Tommy Smith?" And we said, "Yeah, we are." And he says, "My mom would never let me do what you do, and my mom didn't want me to do what you did." And we said, "What is that, sir?" And he says, "I wanted to be an artist. My mom said no. And I always want to stand up for myself growing up, but my mom said it was dangerous." He says, "Thank you for both of you." And we all walked in. I'm tearing up telling the story right now just because I see his face. And we all walked in together and saw that together. So.
One of the things that's interesting about the protest gesture is even still today, one of the big tenets in American society, and certainly much more in the 1960s, is that you do not leave American soil and criticize the United States. You cannot say anything negative about the United States on foreign land. So they figured out how to create a silent protest. We're not going to violate that rule technically, but we are still going to find a way to be heard. And that, to me, is probably even more significant than having said something audibly, because the messaging, it forces people to kind of read it, to think about what's being said here, what's the messaging here. And so it emphasized and sort of, in many ways, created a more powerful moment, the fact that there were no words attached to it.
Yeah, I'll just add to that because that's a great remark. As artists, we try to create works. Like I was saying in Franklin, we don't make work to answer any question. We actually make work to ask bigger questions. And we try to be generous in the read so that when audiences come and encounter the work, the actual artwork, so to speak, is the moment where audiences encounter the work, and that it stimulates them, and there's a dialogue between, again, generations, histories, object making, the story of the maker, the story of the witness, the story of the circumstances that brought those things together. That is the power of what art can do, and that's what the power of sports does, because you have to see these things in real life. JPEGs, they're okay, but they're not the same they're not the same qualities, And so the fact that in parallel, Tommy both used athletics as his language, not dissimilar to how we have interpretive languages that are sign-based, and wonderful we have here. Tommy used sports as a type of vocalization for his internal thoughts. That combined with the fact that an image like that becomes an iconic photograph, one of the most important photographs of all time, and especially in particular of symbolic gestures, is just like change the world.
Thank you for that question.
I think we have time for maybe one more, if folks do. Okay, one more question back there.
First, I'll say this very quickly. To be in the same room with Tommy Smith is life-changing. I can't believe that this is happening to me right now, so thank you for that. So I'll try to make this quick. So, Dr. Thomas, you said that, I'm not quoting you, but social agendas are set by franchises. So the NFL talking about racial relations and the way that they deal with that. So I'd like to get your thoughts on two things. Does that suppress voice of athletes because they say, oh, well, the NFL is doing this, so obviously we can't say it? And then the second, what does it mean for us to move today? When I think about Jackie Robinson, when I think about Tommy Smith and the movement that came from that, the way the attitudes change and all of the societal change, when LeBron says something today, are we moving in the same way? So whatever you can comment on that, please.
Sure. I think what I was trying to say was that now the professional leagues often will try to set the political agenda and say, these are the causes we support, these are our standard messages. When it comes to the athletes, I always get asked a version of this question, like, why aren't athletes doing more? Or what does it mean to have an athlete sort of come out and say something? I don't think that athletes lead social movements, but what they do is they respond to them. So it's not that Colin Kaepernick took a knee. That's the most important thing. It's the fact that there were thousands of people in the street marching, protesting, standing up. And so then when he begins to take a knee, what that does is it helps nationalize a conversation and brings it to the forefront so people can't just say, well, that was in Ferguson or that was in New York. That's not something that applies to us. So what athletes are able to do is to amplify the voices of the masses. So I think if we want athletes to do more, the key to that is that we actually have to do more. And then they will come and find their place and find their voice within that larger movement.
Thank you. And thank you to each of you, Damien, Tommy, and Glenn, for this conversation. And thank you to the audience for joining us.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to be taking a break until our next panel that starts at 3 p.m. back here in the auditorium. Please feel free, peruse the galleries. We have lunch that is served downstairs at our restaurant Verde if you're interested in that, and looking forward to seeing you back here at 3.
them ready? Yeah, we'll just mention it without showing it. Buenas tardes, good afternoon, bonjour, bonsoir, no, bonjour. Mi nombre es María Angélica Ramírez. Hoy estamos proveyendo interpretación en español y en criollo haitiano con MARB Language Services para que todos podamos participar en esta conversación en el idioma que prefiramos. Si alguno de ustedes, también queremos reconocer la presencia de nuestros colegas de interpretación de lengua de signos americana de Hard Hands, que están haciendo este espacio aún más accesible. Si ustedes pueden escuchar y prefieren escuchar en español, les pedimos que por favor se dirijan a la parte superior izquierda del auditorio, donde van a poder recibir un dispositivo de interpretación para poder escuchar la conversación en español en tiempo real. Y para las personas que están mirando en vivo en YouTube Live, pueden llamar a nuestra línea de interpretación para escuchar en español al 786-665-8802. Gracias. Good afternoon. My name is María Angélica Ramírez. Today we'll be providing interpretation in Haitian Creole and Spanish with MARB Language Services so that we can all have access to this conversation in the language that we prefer. And we also want to acknowledge the presence of our American Sign Language colleagues from Hard Hands who are making this space even more accessible today. For folks who are able to listen and prefer to listen in Spanish or in Creole, we have interpretation devices available at the top left of the auditorium where you will be able to hear in Spanish or in Haitian Creole in real time. Thank you so much.
Bonsoir, nous PAMM Senzi pour interpréter en créole haïtien pour tout le monde. Et nous sommes là dans la langue espagnole et nous avons remercié l'interprète dans la langue signe qui est Hard Hand. Donc là, nous accompagnons de compagnie qui est en MARB. Nous avons fait nous connaître que nous avons un appareil pour nous entendre en créole haïtien ou espagnol. Nous avons levé mes nous quand nous allons directement en bon côté monsieur pour nous appareil. Donc, je dis là, nous attendons pour YouTube et nous avons un numéro, nous avons accès par téléphone dans 305 901 2692. Merci.
That means it's my turn. What's going on, everybody? Oh, you? Oh yeah. Go ahead. No, you got it. You got it. We have a video.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Game Time Session 2. We're really excited for this talk today. For the third time, we have someone returning to Game Time. Kelly Fasano this morning, who spoke to Franklin Sermons, Damian Thomas, who spoke to Tommy Smith and Heino, and now C. Isaiah Smalls, culture writer for the Miami Herald, also beat reporter for the Miami Dolphins, here talking about the very unique intersection of cultural production and a background on the gridiron, which he has, and so does one of our panelists today, Michael Bennett, the founder of Studio Kerr, former Super Bowl champion, former Pro Bowler, and now one of the most exciting spatial and furniture designers in the United States. It's really remarkable to see someone excel in two very distinct fields, and we're excited to kind of delve into that today. It's really at the heart of Game Time. As I said earlier, as I often say, athletes are very unique from a psychological perspective, because I find them to be both the artist and the artwork in the way they present themselves to the world, and I think Michael is a great example of that. Furthermore, we are honored to have the great designer and Miami-based architect, Jermaine Barnes, whose work has been exhibited all over the world, including MoMA PS1, the Art Institute of Chicago. It goes on and on and on, every major publication. He's someone whose practice is really grounded in history, culture, and looking at the impact of race in society and architecture, and I think that really is going to give us a great base to contextualize Michael's practice and, teach us all a little bit something more about kind of the way the world looks in the way that maybe it should look in the future. So with that, I want to thank you guys for joining us. And before we start, let's go to the videotape.
What's going on, everybody? Can we just make some noise for this esteemed panel real quick? I know we in a museum, but let's get some energy in here. First, I just want to correct one thing. He said that I have a background in football, and it's nowhere near as extensive as his. I played 1 year of D2 football at Morehouse, so let me correct that from the beginning. But no, I appreciate you, Adam, for having me here. I appreciate these brilliant brothers to my right for just being here and just the work they do. I kind of want to start with the end of your football career, if I may. So I know you retired after the 2019-20 season. Did you know that you wanted to dive into architecture then, or just how did you even find architecture? What was the plan after retirement?
When I first retired, I think it was during COVID, so it made it a lot easier to transition from one thing to another thing. I felt like I was reading a lot of Booker T. Washington at that time and reading about just like space and thinking about the things they did in Alabama, the things that they were just doing in general all over the South, making schools, and just this idea of all the people that were there that took those skills and to come together and to make, to have to go there and have to build something, to live in it. And I think for me, that kind of was the moment where it kind of dawned on me. I feel like I did a lot of work in political spaces where there was like Black people across the United States, police brutality, whether it was, women's rights, Haiti, all over the world, really, and Native American tribes. I spent a lot of time like working really closely with all types of organizations. And when I really started to think about what was the thing that was the most connecting to all of it was like, besides this, that everybody wanted kind of the same things, whether it was, access to education, food, access to libraries, proper roads, housing. It's like when I started thinking about that, I was like, oh, that really kind of centers around design as being the beginning point. And then it was like, oh, well, architecture. And you think about, even from a perspective of the world of religion, I was like, oh, God was an architect. He built all these different things in 7 days. That was pretty fast to build a whole world, but and you don't got no permitting and things. It's different. And then I was watching Matrix 2, and I was like, oh, dang. When I was watching The Matrix, it's funny when you watch movies as an adult versus when you're a kid, and you kind of like pick up on all the hints, and the movie means so much more. And so at that time, I was really thinking about what would be my next kind of step that I want to continue in, like more of this 2D realm where I was kind of doing more writing, more things around design and gathering, or move towards more of a 3D and more physical space and see how people would gather towards those things. And I think the more and more I started to really dig into it, it kind of found it what I wanted to think about. I spent a lot of time in, I remember the first time I went to Senegal with my wife, it was like sitting there, and it was like such a connection to the past of where we came from, and centering around like, that kind of gave me the name, the idea of like Kerr was about home in Warloff, which kind of was where I kind of started thinking a lot about in 2017 when I was there. So yeah, I think that's really how I came to it. It was like I was retired and I was thinking about how do I move to the next step? Would I continue the path, or would I change it to something different, moving more in the 3D realm and thinking about how space is, how we really move, how things are kind of thinking through. Like, and I've always felt from my definition of architecture is really empathy for space. And I think when I think about the places that I visited or think communities that I was a part of, you could see that there was no empathy for the design. There was no empathy for how people could connect to the road. There was no empathy to think about how somebody who was handicapped would have an opportunity to even get to the park, how you could get to the library. So I think for me, that's kind of how I led into design being the next step for me.
So I know for you, Jermaine, you knew you wanted to be an architect at like 6, if my research serves me correct, right? How did you end up kind of diving into the space and doing the work centered around like how race and architecture are related? Because to me, like, I never saw the connection until doing my research for this panel. So just talk to me about some of the challenges you also faced during that. I believe you said you had like no Black professors in the architecture world. I don't want to jump off, but go ahead.
So one, thank y'all for having me, and thank you to my brother Michael for even asking me to be a part of the panel. I think one of the things that he mentioned that many people may not know is he talked about studying and reading Booker T. Washington and things of that nature, right? So Tuskegee was the first ever Black architecture program in the history of this country. So when you think about the importance that have, especially to the context of the teaching bricklaying, teaching the building of homes, like those were communal acts. So when he says the empathy of design, it really was an act of remembrance, of labor, of design, all these things. And so me being a Black guy from the west side of Chicago, but growing up right next to Austin, and then growing up next to Oak Park, which is where, a lot of the Frank Lloyd Wright homes or everything, like I'm a stone's throw from one of the greatest American figures in architectural history, but the side of the town that I live on is not the nicest. So you spend your whole life transversing these neighborhoods and you're seeing how the built environment really is representative of a lot of inequity. And so when you go to architecture school and it's 300 people in your incoming class and 4 of y'all are Black, and then by the time you graduate, it's 2 of y'all. And then once you finish graduating, only 1 of you became a licensed architect, and that's me. Right? Like there's less than 650 Black female architects in the entire country. So I think a big thing is to like not minimize how impactful it is for someone to be a Super Bowl winning player and then transition to a field that historically has always said, we don't want people like y'all in this field. But then when it's time to build things in our neighborhoods, they're the ones that get the commissions. They're the ones that do the projects, and they don't understand what it means to be in space and the rituals of space that then we are the ones that have to live within, and we're the ones that do the ritualizing. So when you do those types of things, I think Michael's a very humble guy, and he likes to just very like cleverly talk about some of the things that he does. And we joke about this all the time. And I'm like, my guy, you got to talk more about the cool stuff you're doing with architecture and design, because it's like there's all these stereotypes that go to you the jock or you this or you this, and then you go and you're like, no. Like I'm really good at it, and I'm good at this other thing, and now what the hell are you gonna do about it?
I want to touch on that empathy piece because you guys both mentioned it. I was watching your episode of The Pivot, and you said specifically that the people who design our spaces lack empathy, right? Kind of expound upon that and how, the work that you do, radiates empathy.
It's funny because me and Jermaine, we talk like all the time, but we just were talking the other day how we're going to have like a monthly call where we just kind of vent, right? Because it's like we're both in the same position where we have to fight for things that are really important to the people that we're designing for. A lot of times we find ourselves working in communities and then not having the budget, but still wanting to design something that has empathy and how to connect to it. I think when we think about space, and I say we because we talk about this all the time, it's like we're really thinking about how we wanted the spaces to be when we experienced them and how we wanted people to think about that. So the empathy comes from, I guess, more of like or an organic type of feeling of understanding the conditions of not only people, but also Black people that live in the spaces that we're designing for. And we're thinking about how, transforming something that used to be a KKK office into a space now where Black people, congregate, and also other people are congregating, or thinking about working in Selma. It's like those are very important things that are bestowed upon us. And we're also thinking about the people that, not only people of the future that existed in them, but also the people in the past that were even either traumatized by them, or they had to live in a world where they couldn't enter that building, or that building meant something else. So when we're talking about, you know, the window really when articulating the way that the brick is on the building and trying to pay homage. I think when you think about, you know, white design in the sense of, or you know, European design, it's always like this Bauhaus type of idea. It's like form equals function, function equals form. And I think about narrative a lot, you know, back into, you know, going back to Africa and just thinking about everything had a story of why it exists, from the sky to the moon or to the tree, or what this tree means, and then trying to find narrative into making. So I think the empathy comes from making sure, to me, that there's a story of why the place exists through the material, through the shape of the thing, or just in just overall the thought process of it too, right? It's like, you know, we deserve we deserve to have beautiful spaces. I mean, we paid our dues to America, and when I think about Black people all the time, it's like we're such the hidden message behind the construction of what America truly is. And when it comes to getting the just due, when it talks about architecture, we're quite left out of the conversation a lot, you know. And you talk about what Jermaine was just talking about, like, you know, going into architecture school and maybe seeing, you know, 3 Black people, or not seeing any Black people, not having any Black professors. Like, oftentimes you're forced to like think from they don't even introduce you to somebody who was in Black design. Like, you know, you might, you know, I tell my daughter all the time, like, cause she's in architecture school, and I tell her all the time, like, make sure you tell your perspective, make sure you tell your story. Like, look at even when they say study Ando, pull up a Black designer that is doing in Africa and be like, well, I know you said this, but this is somebody that I want to study, because it's important for the empathy to know the people that are designing, and also for you to understand the level of courage it takes to consistently try to make something and the amount of times that you get pushed out. So, like I said, I think the empathy for a lot of it is to have a connection to people. I think it's communion, what that really means, and understanding the importance of what space means to the existence of how people in communities of color don't actually get the true voice. It's always about, let's take this out. Let's find something it costs less. Like, they don't need a white wall. They don't understand this. It's like, what? Why do you think they don't understand this? Like, they understand design just as much as you do. They just don't have the opportunity to do it.
No, and to expound on it, to make it even more concrete, like Isaiah, you're a writer, right? How many of your pieces are better when they have a strong narrative behind them versus when they just make you go do an interview with a random person? Right? So if we translate to architecture, many times we're always told it has no impact on humans, it has no impact on anything, it's an object, not realizing it is literally a tool of subjugation or of joy and celebration. Like, the way you design something can fracture a neighborhood, it can encourage gathering amongst neighborhoods. It's like, we in Miami, 195, 395 interchange was not an accident.
Talk about it.
Right? Like, Overtown was there first, and then now you got a highway that splinters through it. So when we think about that, all these things are by design. And when he speaks to the academic aspect of it, where it comes to telling you what architects to look at in books, I didn't see a Black architect until grad school. And I did 4 years of architecture undergrad, and then 2.5 years in graduate school. And my first Black architect I ever saw was doing my thesis in my last semester of grad school. Because when you're looking at who is teaching you, who are the people they're looking at, many times they don't even know. So you don't know this part, Michael. So I did this. You know, when you're a professor, they make you go to these conferences. I hate conferences, but they make you do it because they like, if you want to get tenured, you got to go do this crap. So I go to the conference, and instead of doing a paper, I had a dinner. And at the dinner, all of the menus had books and stuff by non-traditional architects and things. And so I gave every single person the name of an architect in front of them. Like someone like Tadao Ando or Deborah Burke, all these kind of people. And I said, give me 3 other architects that are people of color that do the same type of work as these people. This is to a full table, about 20 architects. Nobody can give you anybody. Because even when it comes down to their syllabi, they don't know who they're looking for, right? So when you put that into the context of what are you learning, what are you reinforcing, like, we're not reinforcing the grandmother who knows a kitchen better than anybody else. We're not reinforcing the uncle who understands a basketball court or the spatial parameters of a gym because he may be the custodian but understands dirt will get trapped under here, this space doesn't move well, because all those narratives are oral histories. They're not stuff that you want to use architectural jargon for. And that's why I love doing chats. with Michael because we don't use architectural jargon. Like, you ask an architect, they'll say, the fenestration on that facade. And you're like, bro, you could have just said the window. Like, you didn't have to say that like that way. And there's so much of it is that then you lose the humanity. And when you lose the humanity, how can you have empathy?
Wow. So when you guys talk about kind of being in these primarily white spaces, it reminds me of a chapter in your book, Things That Make White People Uncomfortable, which is a phenomenal piece of work. If you guys have not read that, definitely pick it up. Definitely a great piece of work. But in there you talk about how your time at Texas A&M and how you're being dropped in an environment where it's just overwhelmingly white, right? And you have to navigate that. And the reason why I'm reminded of that is because obviously you played football there. How does your experience in football in those primarily white spaces kind of inform your work, and if not inform it, just make it even more powerful?
I think I just came from an overly proud black family, so like I've always been like my mom went to historically black college, Grambling. Everybody in my family went to a black college in Louisiana, Southern. So it was like I grew up around, that. My grandfather was a preacher. He was like a steward of the community. Even at his funeral, it was so many people that I'm like, who are some of these people I never met? But I feel like going to a place like Texas A&M, like, because if you grew up in A-Leaf or the places I grew up, usually if there's a white person there, you're like, yo, what did you do wrong? Like, what did you do wrong to end up here? Like, your parents did something wrong. Like, you eating reduced lunch like us? Like, yeah, tell us what not to do, So it's like, so going to A&M was a very interesting thing because it was like, I grew up with my dad, my parents, so it was like, I always joke with my friends like that. I'm like, no, I just, I don't know. Like, so when I got there, I was just like, this guy was like telling me a whole bunch of stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, I got it, daddy. I just came here to play football, right? It's like, so we used to always bump heads on that. I'm like, yo, I got it, daddy. And like, he's like, oh, you gotta do this. You gotta wear your pants like this. You gotta do that. You can't do this. You can't, like, people going misrepresentation. And then like even like we had things to teach us etiquette, like how to eat. Like, this is how you guys eat at the table with the donors. Just a lot of different things. Which some people did need some etiquette, but like chewing with your mouth open and stuff like that. But at the same time, it was a lot of things like it was almost like domesticating us in a way, right? It was like kind of like, this is who you once were, and now you're stepping into a different audience, and this is how you need to dress. This is how you need to talk. And it's like, nah, I grew up and I just grew up. I don't understand why you telling me this, because like my parents are educated, my family's educated. Like, I don't need another person trying to tell me how to be. And I felt like that was interesting in that space, because at the end of the day, I feel like, you're reading, people are like, well, why are you reading Malcolm X? Why are you reading this? Why are you reading that? Like, you just here to play football. You're like, no, I'm here to, learn, and I like reading. So I think that was really a challenge, right? Being in those type of spaces and wanting to be intellectual while being athletic too. I think that's always a conversation, right? And always a challenge for other people. It's like, I was lucky I had an opportunity to go with my brother. So it was like, we always got to have these conversations because, but overall, I think it was more of a complicated situation as being an athlete, right? Even in the pros, it got to the place where you talk about, Trayvon Martin, you talk about everything that was happening in Black America. I'm just transitioning from college to like when you can't have a voice and you're trying to have a voice and you're being told that you can't say these things, you can't represent these things. But now you're in the NFL, you have a lot of money and you choose not to have a voice. And then when you do try to speak, you got the league coming, everybody's kind of coming to you, why are you speaking on these different issues? Like, you guys need to play. And so it's like, I think having my grandfather, having my parents growing up, that when I got to the NFL to be able to speak on certain things, I kind of already had that kind of structure and that lineage to be vocal about certain things. So I think the role of an athlete, when I think about Tommy Smith or Dr. Harry Edwards, John Carlos, Muhammad Ali, Athena Gibson, everybody that was like moving forward to Layla Ali to now of Ibtihaj and all those people that are from the past into the present of being an athlete and being not only being connected to, because it's like you have these levels of disconnecting you from your humanity, so you get a title of an athlete, which in some ways that doesn't carry a race, and it doesn't carry a gender, and it doesn't carry a religious ethnicity. It doesn't carry any of those things. It's just like you're a pure athlete, so you shouldn't be connected to those things. But then it's like and then you like, nah, I'm a black man that plays sports. But so what happens to Trayvon Martin? What happens to everybody else? To Michael Brown? Like, those are my kids. That could be my brother. That could be my son. That could be my cousin. So like, to not have a voice in those moments, that's where the complication comes as a black athlete, because you've been so numbed down to not being able to speak and so domesticated, you forget who you truly are and forget the importance of, you in this position. Like, Muhammad Ali got to the highest position, and still, like, the part where he was like, in his book where he has the Olympic medal and he can't eat at the restaurant, he throws it, right? And it's like, man, fuck this medal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't even eat at the restaurant. I'm the champion for the country that doesn't even represent, you know what I'm saying? It's like, so at the end of the day, you could be connected to the Super Bowl champ. It doesn't mean you won't be pulled over by the police. Doesn't mean you won't be beat up. It doesn't mean any of those things. At the end of the day, like, you gotta be so connected to your blackness and who you are as an individual, so you can set the platform from others to speak. And I always feel like there's so many people that we're standing on the shoulders of that you don't really want to let down. So connecting back to it, being in those spaces and making sure that you keep your voice as a young athlete to the point where you do get to the position of being at the front of the stage and having a microphone, not having a microphone to be a fool, but to be astute, to be profound, to be articulate, to be intellectual about your position, about what you're trying to say. And that way, when somebody, starts to want to have a conversation with you about something, you're not, look, I'm not trying to fight you. I want to intellectually break you down, so you can understand that I have a position, and the things that I'm standing on, it ain't just made up. This is either historical, it's factual. These are things that are connected to what I'm trying to say. And that's what I always tell young athletes. I'm like, before you get on there, like, I do want you to speak about what's happening, but I do want you to have some type of knowledge and a starting point, because when they ask you the second question, you want to make sure that you can speak through it. And then they ask you a third question, and you could take them around the world and be like, I know exactly what I'm talking about, and this is why things shouldn't be happening because of this position. So I think it's important as a young athlete to be connected to who you are and never forget those stories, because you get that money, it blurs your vision really fast. It's like a kaleidoscope.
No, I think so. It's one of the things you mentioned, which is probably a story that everybody up here probably shares, is when you in a non-traditional space of where people who look like us are typically found, people make assumptions, right? So you said they made the assumptions about, do you know how to eat properly? Do you know how to hold a fork and a knife and these kinds of things? Architecture is the same way. Yeah, definitely. My freshman year of school, I'm standing there talking to my professor, and he's like, Jermaine, I'm sure you had a really hard time getting here, and you should be proud of the fact that you made it to architecture school, but maybe this isn't for you, but you should be proud that you overcame the odds. I was like, overcame what odds? I grew up with both parents in my household. I'm like, I don't think y'all understand. You can grow up in the hood and not be poor. It's just, would you rather be the one black family in an all-white neighborhood where then your space is policed a certain way? Or would you rather have economic means and stay in the hood, because at least at the very sense, everybody else in your block still look like you. So it's a different version of safety in public space that people just don't understand. Like, we had a house in the suburbs. The amount of times I got pulled over from just going home, and I'd be like, I'm going to my house. But they just wouldn't believe you. It's like, what are you doing in this neighborhood? Where are you from? And it's like, bro, chill. But then if I'm in the hood, then I might just have to fight that day. Yeah. But at least I'm gonna make it home.
Yeah, make it home.
I'm gonna make it home. Like, I might not make it home if I get put over by the police. I might go home, I might get a lip bust or something. I might win a fight. I've won more than I lost, but at least I made it home, right? So in that way, people see you and they cast all these assumptions onto you, and then that permeates through the work that you do. And you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, where they assume because you black, you're going to use lesser materials when you're making stuff. The models won't look as nice. You got all these other things going on. I'm just like, bro, I'm actually really good at this. Just let me cook. Like, just please, like, chill out. Let me cook. And if you do, you will see some really cool stuff. And then when you do it, this is the double-edged sword of it all. Then you become the architect or designer that can only do black stuff. It's like, oh, no, this project isn't for you. This isn't about celebrating or the plight of blackness. This is just a really cool museum that we're doing, or this is just a really cool office space, or a really cool sneaker shop. And it's like, I can do that stuff too. Like, I am multi-dimensional. I know to you I might not appear this way because some of my work is rooted in blackness, but that's because I just love being black. So I'm gonna do that because it's just fly. Like, look at all three of us up here. This fly as hell. So I'm going to do that.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
So, like, that's just the way that I look at these things. And it's so pervasive in the built environment. And it goes through all the things that we do. And this is why he and I have these chats. And most of the time, we just goofing off, cracking jokes about stuff. It's rarely ever serious. But it is serious because, like, you have to laugh through the annoying convinces that you have to do of the client that might second guess some of your ideas because they think certain things. And I always tell people this. If you give me a $300 million budget, I bet you I can design something amazing. Can you design something amazing if I give you a $20,000 budget? Because I know I can. Because that's what it means to be black in this country. It's find the scraps and make some fly stuff out of it. Yeah. Can you do that, though? Because you need that $300 million. You give me that, I'm going to do better than I would have with the $20,000. Yeah.
That's real.
And that's what we deal with on a regular basis. He and I deal with this on a regular basis where we like, give us more money. Should we? It's like, all right, fine, whatever. We're going to cook with what we got and it's done. It's like, well, you know, maybe I'll give you less money next time because you pulled it off this. It's like, come on, bro.
One thing, obviously, like, these two guys are very close, and I kind of want to ditch the questions for a second. How did y'all meet? Because I walked in, and they were knee-deep in conversation. I'm over here just like, okay, trying to, like, catch up. And they were talking about, I think, the Obama Presidential Library. Yeah. Like, how did y'all meet? How did this relationship
We met in Venice, huh?
Yeah.
We met in Venice. Theaster had a dinner. It was like a lot of, Theaster Gates had a dinner in Italy, and it was like a lot of black creative people. And I think we met. And
this was 2023.
Yeah,
this was the Architecture Venice Biennale.
Yeah, I was like,
this was the opening.
And then we kind of just, it's like you go in the room with a lot of people, and then you might leave like with 2-3 good people that are like on the same wavelength as you, that doing the same thing. And it was Jermaine, and this other guy named Lionheart, and this other cat that we met. That was pretty cool. And after that, we just always talked, and then kind of like started.
But he ain't telling y'all the full story though. He's leaving out some very important elements of this story in that we sitting across from each other. He walk in full Izumiyaki head to toe because, you know, he always fly whenever he walk into a space. So we chatting and everything. And in the middle of the conversation, I think you all can see, he's a very amazing human. He goes, my name's Michael. And I'm like, bro, I watch football. I know who you are. I'm like, I know I'm in this architecture space, but I play sports and I watch sports. You are Michael Bennett. Y'all won the Super Bowl. I know who you are. And at that point, he was like, oh, okay, you know, I ain't want to make no stuff. Like, you don't worry, we good. Like, and we just hit it off. And then we ended up meeting up again in Chicago at the Black Artist Retreat, also that Theaster put on. And then they had these buses shuttling us around, and we always found ourselves, like, seat to seat, like, having conversations about stuff. And then by the time it was over, it was like, yo, what's your number? What's your number? And then kind of just went over from there to anytime he's in town, I try to say what's up. But this show you got right here, so this was in Chicago. And I flew in like 2 hours early so I can go see the show. And I made my mother take me directly from the airport to his show while he was in town. I was like, Mom, my boy got a show opening. I got to go see it. And she's like, what? This is the dead of winter.
It was so cold that day?
It was cold as hell.
It was so cold that day.
And then we got there, I was like, Ma, this is Michael Bennett, because she don't know what that means. And then he's like, yo, this is my mom's. And then that was a beautiful show, but it's like, this is like 3-4 year friendship that's been going on.
Yeah, and I think we were around the same age, and then also we kind of are in the same kind of place right now where we either find ourselves in the same room for design, or he's doing something and I'm like, yo, bro, keep going. You know, I see, and it's like kind of like somebody in the same career path that's around, you guys share a lot of similarities to conversations or experiencing the same type of thing. It's like, man, what did they say to you? I'm like, oh, bro, you won't believe what just happened to me. It happened to you too. I'm like, yo, man, they told me this. It's like, we went all the way around to start where I already started at. I told them that 2 months ago. Like, so it's kind of interesting to have other people that you kind of, and you need that, right? You got to have other people around you to continue, because it's like there's a next generation of people coming. And I think we both kind of we also feel like we don't want to be gatekeepers either. Like, the more times we get more positions, the more time we can have conversations, or we get in a position where we can bring young designers on. We want to bring young designers on and continue to help them develop. So I think we kind of share a lot of the same, especially when it comes to storytelling and narrative, right? I think one of the things I respect about Jermaine's work is definitely the storytelling and the in-depthness to also connect things to not only from an African-American position or even deeper into African history, but also how things that might be European that are connected to Africa or American, Black America, which is kind of shown in a European way, and then he'll break it down in a way like something like a column or something, and just like break it down to like, that didn't happen right there, and I'm like, yeah, that's true. Like, so it's like there's a depth of education that you like, the kind of research into the work that makes it even feel more powerful, because if Jermaine's doing something, there's a really strong narrative in it, and it's going to be like study, not in just like, maybe a chat GPT study, because everybody chat GPT, tell me something about this, but it's like now, like he gonna quote some shit, it's gonna be from a book, you know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna be page 35 from a book from 1912. You're like, oh, here it is right there. So I think there's something about being able to tell stories and have narrative in the work to where it becomes so much more than just an object or more than a space. It becomes about the history of people and the history of material, and just how that material is formed into a space and what he wants that space to articulate, where there's peace, where there's how people function. In every building there's like the most functional things, right? Where people sit at, how people enter doors, where the windows sit. But even to go deeper and think about, why he's facing the window a certain way. Why did he want people to enter the building this way? I think that's something too, right? I think that's what the great architects do. They tell a story through positioning and just like the material that they're choosing, to think about a depth into it.
So I know we're going to have to break for Q&A in a second, but you just touched on something that you guys both do extremely well, which is telling our stories through the mediums of interior design, architecture. Just why is that so important for the next generation of architects and interior designers?
I like to say it in the sense of, I was very blessed to have my grandmother and grandfather in my life growing up. And in most Black families, I won't say all, but in most Black families, like the family steward, the storyteller, the keeper is typically your granny, and it's typically the matriarch, right? Like they hold on to all the obituaries, they know all the things that's going on. They're the ones that just keep all the stories. And so in my mind, it was like, how do I take all these amazing stories my granny's giving me, but then translate it into space, or like translate it into an object? And then can those things then keep the stories? And then those can put it out there. And it's 100% if you know, right? Because I don't want to give too many secrets away, because then it gets commodified. Yeah. And then the things that we care about gets lost to people who don't really care about it and won't take good care of it, won't treat it as it's precious, right? So he and I were chatting about the Obama Library, because I'm from Chicago. He's like, have you seen it yet? I'm like, nah, I haven't seen it, but I'm going to go up there soon, go see all the stuff. And so we can have these sort of conversations about things, but we don't have to give too much away. But as soon as he came to me, he's like, what you think? I looked at him. We immediately knew what each other was going on immediately, right? And so I think that sort of inherent understanding of the story, of the narrative, of place, and fundamentally, and I'm not sure how many of you caught when he said it, but we deserve nice spaces too. So when it comes to telling stories and keeping stories, so much of it is trying to sell a very celebratory understanding of something that people see as ubiquitous. Because it's not ubiquitous to us. Like a simple kitchen to somebody else is a place of harm. It's a place of joy. It's where you typically get the best news of your life, and sometimes you get the worst news of your life. It's a place where your mother might tell you, I'm sorry, through the meal that she makes you, as opposed to actually saying it because she's doing it in your best interest. It might be a place where your father is making you take out the trash to teach you responsibility and discipline without saying those words, right? But to the average person, it's just like, all right, here go the triumvirate. It's the sink, it's the fridge, it's the stove. As long as we got the triangle, we good. Architecture, we done. But it's like, no, there's so many other layers that go inside of this, because our spaces were so small, the kitchen had to be 17 other spaces at the exact same time, right? So when you think this way through all the things, it forces you to understand space fundamentally different, and it forces you to use this word I like to use called dignity. It forces you to have dignity in spaces, because the way you enter a building is so important, considering many Black people couldn't just enter a space on their own, right? So when you think about these different layers of history, it forces you to design a different way.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I know, like, you think about during slavery, like, people died to be able to read, right? Because it's such a strong thing to be able to look at something and understand what somebody's saying, and to be able to write something and be able to have something on paper that, like I said, transcends time, to where I can look at something and reference Paul Williams or reference Booker T. Washington or Fannie Lou Hamer, like to be able to look at that. And when I think about design, that's something that's kind of lacking in this space, right? So I think it's like there's a bunch of new people who are in design that have opportunity to find a way to take what was once verbal and turn it and conceptualize it to being some type of context in writing. When you think about like a Japanese design, it's very easy to understand, right? There's a way of doing it. It's been written a certain amount of times. And then you look at like African design and it's like a certain way that it's been done. But then being an African American, it's like, how do you take all of that and make a language that anybody can speak, right? Like that's what makes Japanese design very interesting, or Swedish design, is that it's a design language that anybody could do. Somebody in West End could do. I think you look at Mexico right now, I would say that Mexico to me is probably the hottest and most conceptual architecture right now. When you think about the young people that are coming up in Mexico City and just Mexico in general, and being able to articulate their position in writing and design. So I think for us, like the next generation of design is like helping formalize that into something that people can use anyway. Like, oh, this is why he made the legs like this. And you could take that language and put that in. So a lot of work that I'm thinking about, and I know what you're thinking about, is how we take that and like you said, like to make a column and turn a column into something else. How do you abstract the pig, the formulation of what a pig means, and turn it into a design language that a white person could use, a Hispanic person can use? And I think that's pretty much the next steps to like designing in a way that it could be taught for everybody to use.
Wow. Can we just make some noise for that? That was phenomenal. I kind of want to open it up for questions right now. If you got something, raise your hand. My man will come over there with the mic.
Good afternoon. Are you all doing anything in the public sector? Because in terms of infrastructure, libraries, museums that are publicly funded, are you finding it difficult to land opportunities as architects? Because we say taxation without, representation.
No, that's really one of the hardest things, right? Because I think a lot of times, like, we always competing for certain things, and then you have to go through stages and try to get there. But we both are working on projects right now that we can't really, I'm under NDA, so you can't really say it. But like, yeah, we're fighting for those opportunities to be able to think about public spaces. For me personally, while I went to design school, was about how do I make, like, I was thinking about a word when I retired. I was like, what would be a word that I would use to kind of move through time? And it was like communion, this idea of spiritual, intimate conversations and space. So for me, the public realm is exactly what I think is the most important, that doesn't have too much hierarchy into how things exist. So I think it's really about, getting more opportunities like that, really.
And to be honest with you, and fantastic question, the toughest thing that he and I have to deal with in the world of public sector is that the rules to be awarded those kind of projects alienate you if you're young. And what I mean by that is, if there's a new library that's going to come on tomorrow in Overtown, it's a historically black neighborhood, and it says, we want black architects to be able to do this project. The very next line on the qualification is going to say, show me 3 other libraries you've already completed. So now we're looking at each other like, all right, we got to go find somebody else to team with that's already done 3 libraries, in hopes that then they see those 3 and they say, okay, you're eligible to now perhaps be chosen to propose for this one that's here. And then once you team up with the people, they the ones on the contract, they the ones that have all the meetings, because they the ones that finish the thing, even though you might be the design logic, you might be the brilliant person behind the scenes. And then you wasting time because nobody's listening to you, even though you the talent. Yeah. So when it comes to these things, and I don't know if people know this, but architecture is an old person's profession in a sense of, if you under 50, you're considered a young architect. That's the honest truth. Like, most people that you all see that's famous didn't get their first big buildings until they're in their 60s. Me and him trying to buck that trend, because I am very impatient. I will have no, I was like, if you know I'm good enough, why are you gonna make me wait 20 more years?
Yeah.
So just let me cook.
No, it's interesting too, because it's like you said, you in that meeting and like you're trying to push the design that you want. Like, you know how it is with certain other big companies that you're working with. Like, yeah, like you said, you are the talent, and we got here because of your vision, and you were selected to do the thing, right? But it's like, people are trying to take away the thing that makes the thing. So you're like, no, we got to fight for this position, this thing. So I think it is very complicated. And it's like like you said, most people don't even get an opportunity till they're 50, and so it's like, we're trying to definitely skip past that. But it's definitely a challenge, though. I think it's one of those challenges. So
So there's a few more.
we like to do some. If you know some people, send them this way.
Yeah, if they private, we can do it.
Well, thank you for everything that you all have shared, and you've taught a lot, and there's a lot of important things that you said. So I wanted to ask you if you could describe how much opportunity do you get when you're working with clients to do what you did with us today? In other words, how much opportunity do you get to advocate with that client? How much opportunity do you get to educate that client about empathy and some of the other things that you've talked about when maybe they don't even understand that those kinds of things exist? So how much opportunity do you get to do that?
I think that's the only way we really get the job, right? I think that's what makes our perspective different, right? I think for me, that's pretty much every meeting is reminding them the importance of like why this should exist, why we're not really talking about, a budget per se, but more how people kind of exist. And I think, every conversation is around that, trying to get them to understand that this isn't just about space. It's so much more. It's more about how people live, how people are connected. What does it mean to have something? So I think every conversation and what I've had over the last year and a half or two is starting there. And I like to start there anyway, just because I think that's what's going to make it different. Why people just won't walk into the space, they'll understand that it's beyond just a wall. It's some details that's specific to culture that I think is important. And I don't mean like either in like an ornament way, right? Too, because sometimes people just want to be like, well, let's just do a mural. And you're like, what? Like, what is a mural going to do? Like, it's like, that's not it.
But and part of it, which is the difficult thing in this is, and Michael, you tell me you see the same in your projects. Sometimes you might have the perfect client in the idea of I got this amazing client, they're super empathetic, they gave me a budget, I can do the cool stuff, but then they don't really understand the importance of it. And those kind of clients I find are actually some of my black clients. Because in their minds, so much of living in this country is from a position of scarcity and not from a position of abundance. So when you think that way, if I tell you, hey, we can do this other thing that might look better, you might say, yeah, but if we cut that money back and we value engineer it, that's 6 months of programming we can do afterwards, right? Or it might be these other things. So now I'm like, well, why can't we do both? Like, why can't we have the programming for 6 months afterwards, and we can have the precast concrete panels as opposed to stucco, right? So that when you come to the building, you see something beautiful as opposed to another building, you say, wow, their stuff looks so good and ours looks so cheap. And it's like, well, let me try to help and educate you on the things that might make ours look better and what's the value analysis that goes with it. So as he's mentioning, so much of our conversations of the reason you selecting this wood flooring is because it's going to look like this. And the reason why you choosing this panel is because it's going to look like this. And if you choose this other one that's a little bit cheaper, yeah, we can save a little bit of money, but you'll be fixing that in like 2 months because it's cheaper. Or you'll be fixing that in like 10 years because it's cheaper. But again, if you got a $300 million budget, they're not making you rationalize all that kind of stuff. Yes. So it has its positives and its negatives in the way of working through it. But as we do these things, like so much of this is patience, and so much of this is knowing that by educating and doing this deliberately and like at the speed of trust, we're going to get a better project out of it.
And also, too, I don't know, I'm going to say this prematurely, but I'm sure you kind of, a lot of times people try to use us too, right?
Yes.
That one hit a soft spot.
Because what they'll do is like, they'll be like, oh, let's get Jermaine, because Jermaine is the hottest next black person up as design. And it's like, they use to get the job, and then they might be like, oh, like, we just don't have the budget that we thought we were going to have. And you warned me against something a couple of weeks ago with the same certain group.
Hey, I told you.
You did tell me.
I told you.
Called me like, hey, Mike, I know you got to be worried about those people. And he was right. I'll give you credit. He was right on that. But he was telling me the same. And it happens a lot where people want to use, they don't know who to use. So they like, to get the job, they might be like, oh, yeah, let's ask Jermaine to do this. And
they Google black architect. I'm serious. Like, they'll Google black architect or black designer, and then Michael Bennett will come up and it's like, yo, anybody know him? Write him. We'll see what he do. And they'll do it, and it's like, well, actually, we had this specific role we were thinking of you for, and it is the community outreach educator role. And it's like, So I'm not designing anything. Well, you know, we have this principal that's over here that has 20 years of experience doing these, and this other project architect has 15 years of experience. And, you know, perhaps you can just advise on some of the ways these things go as opposed to, you know, because just, we want to be risk averse.
So, and yeah, and I say that too, like, it's so specific. I work on this one project, and like, it started off as like, we're thinking that, you know, you could design, because it's a collaboration, so they're like, oh, maybe you could design the African-American collection. But I'm like, nah, I want to design what Vitra designing. I want to design the regular chairs that we sit in the library. I want to design the couches that when you first walk in the building, like, why am I being put into a certain category? You know what I'm saying? Like, the furniture is furniture. Like, let me design it all. So I think it's true. And it's like, you know, you just got to be worried of that too, because sometimes you want to act in that position of, and it could be dealing with scarcity and you want to move forward so fast, but like you said, you get into the meeting and you realize real quickly, like, they don't even have the money to even do the thing that you're doing. They're trying to use you to raise the money to get the thing, and then they're going to drop you after they get the thing.
Real.
Anybody else?
Church.
We've got time for one more question right here.
Hi. The best known black architect I know is Sir David Ajad.
Yeah.
I never can pronounce his name. How has his success helped you, if in any way? I mean, do you even talk to the guy, or has he ever been a mentor, or? I mean, sorry, you can do like Franklin did this morning and take the Fifth Amendment and don't answer the question. But I'm just curious because, I mean,
I got you.
he's been quite successful at an relatively early age.
Yeah, super early.
Yeah. Okay, that's a complex question, and it's a complex question because we have this unfortunate reality of taking one and then putting them on a pedestal, and then giving all the opportunities to that one. And he mentioned the name Paul Williams that many people don't know. Full name, Paul Revere Williams, one of the most prominent black architects west of the Mississippi. LAX, many homes of the stars, everybody, one of the most prolific architects of our time, was told as a kid, who's ever heard of a Negro architect? Come to the West, come to the East Coast, you have amazing people like Norma Sklaric, who's one of the most prominent female black architects that people don't know about. So in this way, we sort of marginalize and we minimize the capacity of so many others to lift up one, and then that one typically can't withhold all of the stuff that's put on their shoulders, and then things start to crack, and then when those things start to crack, it becomes, well, see, we gave one of y'all a shot, we ain't giving none of y'all a shot again. As opposed to, here are other types of museums, here are other types of libraries, other types of spaces that many people can do, and then you spread the wealth and you give more opportunities. I had the pleasure of meeting David when I was a grad student, because he did a talk at my school in LA. And I showed him my thesis project. And I was like, hey, here's my project. Sorry to bother you with this. And like, now people do it to me, and like I always give back in that way, but had a great conversation. But then recent history has showed not the most positive in the way that things have gone on with his career. So I like to say there's a lot of really talented black people out there. But unfortunately, we get back to that risk thing and how many previous buildings have you done to then you're not even eligible to go do this stuff. Yeah. And if we had more people that had opportunities like a Phil Freelon, like a Zena Howard, these are all important architects, by the way, like Pascal Sablon or Sarah Zodi, and we give more people these opportunities, then you can see more beautiful things out in the space. We give more Michael Bennett's chances to do stuff, right? Like, how many nonprofits we got in this city gonna go out of the state to go find an architect where it's like, I'm sitting right here, but then other states will come poach me and say, hey, do this amazing. No, serious, I'm being dead serious. Like, I can design a building in another state that's gonna be one of the most important buildings in the US when it completes. But I'm passed over in the city where I live anytime there's something of cultural significance. How does that make sense? I'm a finalist for an international museum in another country.
This is true.
And another continent. That's facts. That said, you are one of the future designers in the globe. But then if we have a library in Miami, I'm not eligible. How does this make sense? Right? So in this way, like these are the kind of barriers that we deal with, and he's dealing with the same stuff. This is why we have our monthly talks, so we can just vent, because nobody else cares.
Yeah, and then I'll say if I'm going to separate the art from the artist, and I think that's what people say, like, you know, like I listen to Thriller or, no, I don't listen to artists. No, but the artist, it's saying like the art, right? If you think about Sir David Adjaye's architecture, you are right. It's one of the most elegant works out there. Like wherever building you visit, you see that there's a very specific way that he moves through the building, from the windows to the lighting. Everything is like, so yeah, I think if you look at the work, you are motivated to think about the high level of craft that comes with that kind of positioning in the buildings. When you think about Studio Museum, or you think about the new Princeton Museum, or visiting buildings in Ghana where there's like rammed earth, like you got a chance to see a lot of those projects, and you can respect the art. I can say that.
Well, I think that's all the time we have. Could we just get another round of applause for these guys right here? Yo, I really appreciate y'all taking the time for this. This was really dope. Hopefully we can do this again soon. Yeah, I appreciate y'all.
Hey, Adam, can I have that video y'all showed at the beginning? That was a really cool video.
Yeah,
Can I
that
get a
was
copy of
really dope.
please?
Yeah.
Gracias.
Cool. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks, Isaiah.
Hey folks, we're gonna get started in a few minutes with the next and final panel. We do have a bar at the top of the stairs right outside the auditorium. So if you wanna get a drink, it's 4 o'clock, it's past 4, it's totally okay. Come back in here with your drink after. Testing, testing. Okay, we're gonna get ready for the last talk, so please join us, take a seat.
All right, everybody, it's been a really amazing day here
with Game Time Session 2. I want to thank all of our previous speakers, Franklin Sermons, Kella Fasana, Patton Hindle, Tommy Smith, Glenn Kino, Damian Thomas, Michael Bennett, Jermaine Barnes, and C. Isaiah Smalls II. It's been a real honor to share the stage with you and to continue to show the power of, I don't know, like empathy that comes through common interest and special interests when you have people who are really passionate about what they do, speaking passionately about it. So today we have one more talk, moderated by my fabulous collaborator, Marie Vickles, who's really helped bring Game Time to life. And we're going to have a talk about building the next generation of supporters for the arts, both transactionally and philanthropically, with two women who are from the area, but also globally recognized superstars in their own fields. One is Ebony Morrison, a world-renowned track and field athlete, a former Olympian in 2020 and 2024, as well as Alexis Feaster, the founder of the Kinship Advisors, a partner in Visibility Media, a film producer. You could talk a little about a few of the movies you have coming out. I know you had one just debut at Tribeca Film Festival a couple of weeks ago, and earlier this year you produced a short that Glenn Kino actually directed about basketball and the relationship between Barack Obama and Martin Luther King Jr. And the game. So with that, I'm going to call you guys to the stage, but first, let's go to the videotape.
Welcome, ladies. This is incredible, and thank you, everyone, for being here, for sharing your afternoon with us. It's really a special feeling to be able to share the stage with these incredible women. So let's give them another round. Come on. We're going to be clapping this whole time, so get your hands warmed up. Okay, well, each of you have incredible backgrounds, incredible experiences, and you know, like when we move through our lives, these experiences that we have don't happen within silos, right? We are the products of our environment, of the people that support us, of our communities. So thinking about that kind of space and how we are a part of that, I'm hoping we can get into a conversation that we're able to share a little bit about what's made us who we are, and also what we see in the future. So on that note, I'd like to actually start with you, Ebony, if I may. Can you tell us a little bit about your journey in the world of track and field as an Olympian-level athlete? Oh, it's like mind-blowing, yes. And how that has shaped you into the person you are today? And also, who are some of the people that encouraged you along the way?
Hello, everybody. I'm at such a unique and beautiful time in my life right now. I'm both master and student. I started when I was 10 years old in track and field, but I was in theater like before sports. Like everything you asked, who was a big factor? My mother, she was an actress, a seamstress, a director, all the things, an artist, all the things, and then also an athlete. So started when I was 10. And went on to Auburn, but I transferred from Auburn and graduated from University of Miami, and then went pro, and went to the 2020 Olympics, well, 2021 because COVID pushed everything backwards and forward, and then in Paris. And my mother and my grandmother were really big contributors, really big pillars in my life that helped shape me into the woman I am today. And really track and field has given me the discipline, the resilience, and just the tools to be a high performer. So I say that I'm both master and student because I started when I was 10. I retired at 30. I'm 31 now. So that's 20 years, basically my whole life, to dedicate it to the craft of track and field and mastery. And now I'm a lover of the arts. I love acting. It's my passion. And now I'm a student in that. So, yeah, thank you.
Awesome. I love the background of the arts within your practice as a professional athlete. And it's, it's like when we talk about the exhibition and how we have athletes that have now turned artists, and you're actually like artist, athlete, back to artist. So I love to see what you'll get into in this next phase of your life. Great. So Alexis, your career also has spanned so many different fields that have included music and fields like, little pun there, y'all, have included music, PR, politics, professional sports, and now most recently film and production. Can you share with us some pivotal moments from your path and also how they are informing both the work and the person that you are today?
Thank you for the question. Thank everyone for coming. I'm really excited to be here. I think when you hear politics and sports and all the different things, your immediate thought is like, where's the through line? Or like, people will ask me, how do you have 5 lives? You've lived all these different careers. And I don't see it that way. I see that there's a very consistent theme and path for my work, and it's always been since I was a really young age. I grew up in Southeast DC, seeing Black excellence everywhere I went. My mayor was Black, my teachers were Black, my dentist, doctor, everybody was Black, but also there were so many people that were multifaceted. So I lived near a basketball court, so you had the academics, you had the athletes, you had the artists, you had just everything was right there in my backyard in Chocolate City. But the reality is that from a young age, I knew that there was an ability to use influence for good. So that if you were an actor, if you're an athlete, if you're an artist, a rapper, what is it that you're doing to use your influence and your power, right? To have the eyes and ears of the world in order to make a bigger difference in communities. And so I literally all my college resumes were written about this. So I'm about to be 45. I don't look it right. Thanks. About to be 45, and so that's 30 years. Similar to your 20-year journey, that's 30 years of saying, like, how do I make this connection? So just a couple of, pivotal moments that come to mind for me. I, moved out to LA, not to be in front of the camera, but to always be behind the scenes, had a job in PR, and I realized right away that doing things just to tell the news about something, even though that was what my degree was in, that's what I was paying student loans in, I knew early on that wasn't meant for me. And so the first pivotal moment that I'll share with anyone in the room too is as soon as you kind of get that, or as soon as I got that realization that I was in the wrong place, I did everything I could to make a move. And so I remember faxing my resume at the time. I was literally faxing, back to the age, faxing my resume to Interscope Records and to these different places. And I got a phone call, and the woman said, I don't know if you're crazy, if you're ambitious, but I like the way you keep reaching out. You're trying to find a role here. You're trying to figure out where a place is for you. And so that happened in my early 20s. And so that was the first pivotal moment of me being in a work environment and saying, this doesn't feel good. This doesn't feel like where I should be. And it didn't matter that it was a paycheck. It was, I want to stand for something that's bigger than just me trying to work to pay my bills. And so, that was my first pivotal moment. And a couple of others, just real quick, is so after I did that, I moved on to work at Interscope Records. And I realized there that this idea that we can help people make their dreams come true actually filled my cup in a way that I just didn't understand. I didn't realize that being in part of a community, helping people, achieve what it is that they wanted to do, actually, made me feel like I was achieving what I wanted to do. So that realization was another pivotal moment. So at Interscope, I was signing people to record deals and things like that. And then I was able to have a recording studio, and that's when Jay-Z started Rock Nation. And he introduced me to J. Cole and said, J. Cole needs a place that feels like home to record his first album. That was another pivotal moment for me where I said, okay, when people interact with me and engage with me, there's something about the way I build relationships that makes people feel like home. that to me means that I have influence, right? So even though I'm not a celebrity, I'm not famous, that means I have influence over the people who do. And so from that, working in the studio, I got a call from President Obama's team that said, we're afraid that he's not going to get reelected the second time because the Black community feels like enough wasn't done for them the first time. And I'm not sure if you guys remember that, but we all were kind of like, I thought we were going to have some things that really felt like it was for us. And so because that didn't happen, his team felt like they may not win again. And so I got the phone call and they said, all these people, maybe they'll listen to you. So even though we all want to support a Black president, like maybe your relationships can get people to sign up and campaign for him. And then I started Athletes for Obama, DJs for Obama, like all of these things just came from the Presidential Center opening, which was amazing. So that was, another pivotal moment of like, okay, this is what my brand is. And kind of the last one, I went to the NBA, worked in the NBA for many, many years, but then George Floyd was murdered. And that for me was the sign that it was time for me to get on the other side of what was happening in our country. And so even though the NBA was the most progressive, we had Black Lives Matter on the court, I was part of the team that did all those different things, the reality was that the players were looking at me saying, you're a Black woman, and you have us living in a bubble, and we want to be outside protesting. I thought you were one of us. So like that conversation very directly, and obviously it's a trusted environment if people can come and confront you, they feel like they can say that to me. And they were partly right. Like I was feeling like it was time for me to go and it was time for me to kind of take the leap and be a resource for athletes on the other side so they can make a bigger impact with their name and with their influence. And so I think that the bubble was a pivotal moment for me. And then meeting Glenn Kino and being introduced by Michael Ladd and going through the process of being able to make a film is kind of rounds out my portfolio that you mentioned of when you do good work and you have a reputation that precedes you. I got that phone call and, got introduced to Glenn and the conversation was, who do we know that works at the NBA and has worked in politics to be able to tell this story that they had already started with Ambassador Andrew Young about Dr. King. And then I was able to come in and help support the President Obama story of that. And so all of these different things, it's, as you can see, is like super, super connected. But I think those are the key pivotal moments in my career that got me to this point.
Beautiful. And the impact continues, I would say. And what's kind of funny, just as a side note, but not a side note, the film I guess it's an animation-based film. What's the title of that film?
Hoops, Hopes, and Dreams. It's on Hulu and Disney Plus right now. But it's a short documentary that includes some really beautiful animation.
Yes, beautiful film. And somebody actually recommended us to consider that as part of like the programming we're putting together for Get in the Game. And then as I was looking up your profile and like learning more about what you do, I was like, oh my gosh, it's the same person. This is so cool. Like it's all coming together. So it's lovely to also make those connections to see your work from various vantage points and other people pushing it forward as well. So just wanted to mention that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so part of community building is also about building legacy, right? Because we stand on the shoulders of so many that have come before us that have enabled the three of us to just be sitting here today doing what we're doing in this incredible museum here in South Florida. The lineages that each of us represent as well, like stories and histories that can be told for days. We only have an hour, so we're gonna get to the point. But when we talk about building legacy, what does that mean for each of you, both personally and professionally? And how are those intertwined? Whoever wants to start it.
For me, it's the whole point. Professionally, what systems are you a part of that you've built or helped break or mold? And then personally, the impact that you've had in people's lives, whether they've known you or just the essence of you. For Squeeze Pilates, we have a social club that's right in the heart of Overtown. And we had our Black History Bash, and I was encouraging everyone, come out, it's gonna be a really, really nice, beautiful thing. Everyone. So a lot of men think that Pilates is just for women, but I was like, everyone come out, all races, everybody come. And someone on my staff saw that there was a young person there, they were transgender, and they were there with their mother. And you could tell that their mother was just like such a big support for them, very, very happy to be there with them. And they were a little timid at first, and then they joined, had a great time, and then when somebody on the staff overheard them saying, "I'm so glad that I came," and they told me that, and it's moments like that that really make everything worth it for me, and that is legacy for me, that they felt included, and the space that I created was a safe space for them.
That's beautiful, truly.
I love that. I love that you did an Overtown too. I know you were mentioning that earlier. Just the idea to be in a place that normally doesn't have access to what you're building is really special. Yeah. I guess for me, legacy. When I think of legacy, I think we as a community think of ourselves. Like, what's the legacy? How I want people to remember me. When you see me, how do you feel? Like all of that. And I agree with that. I do think that that's something that I think about. And I don't know, how people say when you get over 40, you don't care as much about what people think. So I care less now about what people think. And now when I think about legacy, I think about the things that are left behind that maybe you don't even know that it was me that created it. So like my attachment to my name being attached to it, I think has shifted a little bit. Obviously, I want people to remember me fondly and all of that. But I really want the things that I built to go beyond me and to go beyond anything that I've ever touched. It's funny, I was catching up with Damien earlier, and we were, talking about the, Smithsonian African American History Museum in DC, and I just immediately was like, well, I know the Knicks are going to be there because they go there all the time. Like, that's just where they go, because that's a program that I created, a decade ago by ensuring that every basketball team that went to DC visited the museum to understand history and culture in that way. And he says, oh, well, a team's not been there in like 5 years. And I was like, well, I've been out of the NBA for about 5 years. That's sad, right? So even though that's not my responsibility to keep on, the fact that it is something that I'm so proud of that our team built. It wasn't just me, but all of those people are no longer there. And for whatever reason, that a ritual has stopped. That means that any rookie coming in probably hasn't visited the museum. That means that people haven't been touched by Emmett Till in the basement. That means that to me, that bothers me. That's why I'm mentioning it right now, Damien. I see you. Yeah. It bothers me, right? Like, that was something that we worked so hard to build, where people would fly in town early to experience it, and now that doesn't happen. So that's how I associate my legacy now. And I think when it comes to filmmaking and content creation and storytelling, when people ask, well, how'd you get into that? The reality is that, you do great work and things find you, and I'm a believer, so I know that, God brings things across my path because that's what he wants for me, to be able to be involved in things that are bigger than me. But my most exciting thing about Hoops, Hopes, and Dreams is, and Glenn and I talk about this all the time, and Dr. King, we talk about this all the time, is the fact that my nieces and my kids and y'all's kids, when you think about Dr. King, it's not just a holiday that you get to be off of school. You can turn on Hulu, Disney Plus, and for 20 minutes, you see a new side of history that now you relate to in present day. That's legacy for me at this stage. And so how do I do more things like that? And I don't really see a differentiation between personal and business from that perspective. It's how I choose the things that I work on. And it's hard, of course, right now in this climate to be particular. But I do think that when it comes to legacy, if I know that there's certain things that are attached to my name, then it matters to me. And the last thing I'll say is, saw President Obama at the Obama Presidential Center. And I remember when I was working for him, I used to run, like I said, his athlete and celebrity strategy. And the reason why I would create little micro communities is because people want to feel seen together. So DJs for Obama with D Nice, you got a whole bunch of DJs, same thing with Athletes for Obama. So anyway, I saw, obviously President Obama, and I'm trying to give him the 5 seconds, this is all the stuff I've been up to. I have the Hoops, Hopes, and Dreams, and Glenn, and this and that. And I'm like, and he was like, relax, I know what you've been up to. And I said, can you say that for my mama? Because I want to document the fact that you said that you remember me. And actually funny, Glenn was saying the same thing about Oprah, because I saw Oprah in France a couple days ago, and she's, talking about how she remembers you, or knows you really well, obviously. But there's something about that for me where I'm like, the fact that my work not just preceded me. President Obama used to tell me that at our events all the time. When we would see him in the back, he would say, I knew this was your event because it felt like you. Like, that to me is legacy. If there's things that are existing in spaces and people can attach the value of it or the way it makes you feel to the fact that it's something that I built.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's like that intangible but essential element of what it means to build community. Those spaces where people show up knowing that there is something there for them, and there's connections, and they want to bring more people to it. and hopefully it inspires them as well to like, hey, let's do more of this together. But these are the things I think we also try to do here at the museum, right? Bringing people together from all parts of South Florida, even from other places. I know that a lot of people came into town for this as well, and they come for exhibitions, Basquiat, et cetera. But it's like, how do we also keep that essential community element like there, that place where people know like I can exist within this space honestly as myself. It doesn't mean like we're all getting along kumbaya every moment, but it's like it's real, right? And it's for us to be who we are. Okay, so let's see. This is a good one, I hope. Sometimes you make the questions, then you're like, is that a good question? Okay, so, you know, like your paths are each very unique, but there are some essential elements that we've already kind of talked about that bring it all together. There's a consistency, I think, how you each have dedicated yourself to the practices that you are involved in. And there's passion, and there's obviously talent there. I think, what words of advice or guidance do you have for folks on what it takes to build effective and successful platforms that center community and something I think is really important in the way we all move, the greater good? Like really taking to heart what that phrase means. Share your wisdom.
What's some wisdom? You know, I guess what comes to mind for me first is that we live in a culture right now where visibility is everything. And granted, we have a company called Visibility Media. We do. And we're trying to tell stories and have them be visible, or the stories that people haven't seen and make them visible. But I think we live in a culture right now where we want everything to be on the gram. Like you want everything to be like, I mean, I just came from Cannes, and people are like, well, you have to be here. I was asking people, like, why are you here? And they said, well, you have to be a little bit visible or people think you don't exist anymore. And this is like the biggest names you could think of. Like people that are on TV every day are telling me that if they weren't there, people would feel like they're not relevant right now. So there's something about that culture. So I would say this, like my social media is some trash. So it's a photo album because I want to phone, I never looked at my camera. People talk about me all the time. It's terrible. But that's fine, right? Because for me, I just want it as a photo album. So some advice I would give is, and people always use the word authenticity and be authentic. But for me, it was always about trust building. Like, in order to do the work and in order to, made an emphasis on community and doing the work and that it makes an impact. If people don't trust you, then how do you move, right? Or if people trust you in a way that is, not deep, then how do you have a 20-year career, a 30-year career like we have? And so that would be my first piece of advice is like, everything doesn't have to be for the gram. Everything doesn't have to be so public. Sometimes the most intimate moments and spaces are where you build the biggest trust. There's places that I'm sure we all are where we're not like trying to take a picture and post the thing. Think about how it is that you're moving in your personal life. How is it that you're showing up in your business? Are you consistently producing quality? Are you reliable? Like that for me is how I have such a long career. People ask me all the time, how have you been doing this for so long and then still find new things to do? Well, because I've trusted relationships. Like the things I'm talking about are just someone referring me to something else because they know that I'm a trusted collaborator. So that would be kind of my first piece of advice is build that muscle. The second would be like really strengthen your network and your relationships. People talk about networking all the time, relationship building. It's a muscle, right? Like some people are just transactional. I think we live in a transactional world. I wish I were more transactional at times, honestly. Like when I talk to my advisors, I say, teach me that. Like teach me how to be less deep. Like, how do I get to the bag? Like, how do you get the money faster? Like, what do I do? I'm doing something wrong. I'm definitely doing something wrong. But I will say that, like, the deep relationships, if I had to make a phone call or if I needed to call on someone for something, I had that network. And so I think people underestimate that idea of, like, personal, like, one-on-one time and building deeper relationships. And I think that that's really important, again, when it comes to community building and trust. And I guess my last thing is, like, let your values be your values regardless of the situation. Yeah. So, like, I'm in sports, I'm in politics, I'm in all kind of things where I could be all over the place, right? Like, politics can be a little murky, sports could be, whatever those different situations are. And I would like to say that the thing I'm most proud of is like I'm standing on business regardless. Like I am, you know, we were talking just this past week, and they're like, you know, you're so vocal, right? And I'm like, well, if I don't speak my values, regardless of the situation, then what kind of character am I exhibiting? Like, you might like it, you might not like it, but I think there's something to be said about not like being wishy-washy when your values are in question, or when you're in various environments, or when you're trying to get a job or trying to work with a certain kind of collaborator. Like, be really consistent in that. And I know a lot of your questions have asked about personal and professional, and I do think that the three things I just mentioned are universal. You don't have to change one personally or change one professionally in order to, you know, exhibit these qualities. And so I mean, hopefully that answers your question, but I think that's how I've been kind of moving in my world.
So I'll flip the coin on the other side, and I'll say that, like, you have to be seen. And that's what I have learned with building the community that I have. So in track, it's like a really tight-knit group of people. And once I retired, I realized, I'm like, oh, wait, I don't really have any friends really outside of these people who I really won't be seeing anymore. And that's when I was like, okay, I need to hop on social media, and I got to go hard, because, I mean, the reach on social media, on TikTok and Instagram and all the things, is like, that's just where it is and what it is. And that's essentially how I was able to build the community with Squeeze Pilates, because I really didn't have, and I've lived in Miami my whole life, and I really didn't make those connections because I was just so locked in on what I was trying to get done, trying to master the craft, right? So when I retired and I got on social media and I was posting, and then I was like, I need to get on TikTok, because TikTok is like the place you need to be. So I posted on TikTok, I was in my room, I was looking crazy. It was not good lighting, but I set the camera up and I was like, I'm starting a social club, a Pilates social club, if anybody wants to join, you know. And the amount of people who were like, me, I want to do it, And I was like, okay, I didn't have no plan. I didn't have no LLC. I didn't have nothing. And I was like, okay, I got to start. Like, right now, we got to get things together, because people really wanted it. So I'll say, to flip it on the other side, yeah, like, you have to be seen. And to go what you were saying with the networking, oh my gosh, it's so important. Track has really made me a homebody. And when I started the business, I went to Business Summit in North Miami, and I met my really good girlfriend now, Cece, and she loved to be outside. So she really was pulling me outside, and I met, Cece got me outside. But I met so many people who were beneficial to me, even being here right now. I got somebody's contact, either David or Marie's, through being outside. So it's really, the networking is just so important. So I'm like, yes, you need to be seen. And then being outside, networking, being seen, for me, yeah, I'll leave it there. I really think it is, you have to put yourself out there, because I was just so to myself, and my friend Cece was like, girl, you don't know. I didn't even know how strong the business side of Black Miami is here. I didn't know. I was just so locked into what I was doing. And she was like, yeah, you need to meet this person, this. And I'm like, oh my God, we're actually really here. You wouldn't know it if you don't know it. But yeah, I would say the networking, like you said, and then putting yourself out there.
Can you teach me? Because I know I need to do it more. I'm just not good at it.
Yeah, I got you.
Just on the side.
Maybe Cece could do a workshop.
Listen, that's my girl.
I love that. Thank God for her. Okay, so actually on that note, thinking about how we receive help and support from others, from the community, from friends, from connections, can you share a little bit about the current projects you're doing and how we collectively, because there's also people on YouTube watching, how can we help each of you and support your work?
I love that question. Well, first, I mean, it's kind of two categories, right? So as mentioned, I've got visibility media alongside Glenn and Jesse Williams. You all know Jesse Williams from Grey's Anatomy. And we've got a company where we collaborate to not just storytell, we develop games with people of color that are the main characters and, centering the themes of our communities and of our culture, which has been really, really exciting with Toa Dunn, our other business partner. So as you guys see those games come out and we push them out, like, please play them. We really know that there's a lane there for people that look like us and that there's Glenn always tells the story that you see like the King's Ransom, or you see all these different games and it's really the king trying to like save like the white princess, and like that's fine and all, but there's other characters and stories that we could be doing in those spaces, so that's one. The other thing is around our content and storytelling. Like, we are constantly getting pitched on telling stories, again, that have just not been told, but also when it comes to brands and what's happening in AI, I'm sure you guys are seeing it every day. Authenticity, truth, the influencers being the Instagram model is not the trusted voice anymore the way that it used to be. And so with our team, we're really fortunate having to work with everyone from NBA to Oprah to fill in the blank. Toa came from Riot Games. We're like uniquely positioned as a team to storytell. And so we're always looking for those opportunities. Olympics are coming up, so shout out to anyone working on Olympic stuff. We're really excited about that. And then we've got you see the summits and the conferences and the things that are happening all over the country that are really powerful. And we're thinking about doing, something similar, bringing, like-minded folks across art and politics and music and entertainment and culture and having really meaningful conversations. We know that happens in, during Art Basel or in the south of France and places like that. But again, given our background and all the 50 million jobs you've heard us all say that we have, we're just uniquely positioned to have deeper conversations around humanity and community building in the spaces that we lead and we build. And then also kinship. I've been, an entrepreneur now for 5 years doing strategic advisory for organizations and athletes and leaders. And what that looks like is, with various athletes as they are, retiring, coming off the court, or even being in the heat of their prime, what are they doing to get back to the communities that they came from? So still doing work in that space. Obviously, there's an attack on D&I right now, so the money and the accessibility is not the same. But when it comes to the types of things we can, strategize and build in order to create that connection between the athlete and community, that's something that's still really, really important to me. So as you see any of that stuff coming up, or if you guys have, people in mind that should know visibility, that should know us as a team, definitely reach out.
For me, support looks like participation. So like numbers are so important to show like proof of concept that I can get these things done. So when everyone comes out and participates in the events with Squeeze Pilates, and I'm able to get those photographs, I'm able to pitch to bigger things to make the initiative more larger or better for the underserved. That's what's so important to me, just like coming out and participating. I just, recently we have a film coming out, short film, based on the Haitian Revolution. I play Cecile Fatima, and we're gonna have a screening. So like people coming out and watching it, and the numbers are just so important to me. So participation for me is what support looks like.
Awesome. Yes, absolutely. And you'll be back at PAMM on...
Yes, July 9th.
So come on through, y'all. Wear your sweatpants or whatever's comfy.
I'm coming to that.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So I look forward to being able to support your work from near and far, wherever in the world it may be. And I'm so grateful for this conversation that we were able to have today. And I hope you all were also really touched and inspired by this incredible work that both these women are doing. So do you all want to answer some questions? A couple, if there's any. We have time for, I think, one or two.
Thank you very much, Marie. You do so well with pulling the conversation into, I guess, a human feeling, and I really appreciate you for facilitating that. I'm Terrence. I'm the museum director at the Black Police Precinct Courthouse Museum in Overtown. And when you talk about storytelling, one of the hardest things I have challenges with doing is telling a story about police during a time when police are on the not so fun side. Can you give me a point in your careers where you were in a position where the adversary was who you were trying to advocate for, and how you managed that? How did you manage to be successful in still pulling that forward, that story, or that that race forward. So I'm gonna leave it there.
So for me, competing for the small West African country of Liberia, where there's a lot of the press isn't the best. And I'm not sure how applicable it is to you, but the platform of the Olympics and be able to represent it in a beautiful light was like a really big turning point for the country. And we were able to secure partnership with Telfar. He did our uniforms, and it was just such a beautiful thing. And then on social media, a lot of people don't even know where Liberia is. And we were able to highlight the country and because there's like, it's of course a very poor country, and there was the whole Ebola epidemic and all, and then just being an African country and being Black in general is just, you know, a hard thing. But I'm not even sure if I'm able to answer that question well, because we were on a platform and we were able to, you know, show ourselves, and then it just brought a beautiful light to something that was hard and looked down upon. So I'm not sure exactly. I always take it back to social media. Actually, I did a video on the Fruit and Spice Park, and I think y'all commented on it. It was like, you need to come to the Black Police Week. And I was like, I need to get down there, and I actually do need to get down there. So I'm gonna get your contact, and I'm gonna get down there and make y'all a video. But I don't know if I answered that at all.
When you were asking your question, the first thing I thought about was a little bit of the story I touched on with the NBA and the bubble, because as you can imagine, the murders of our people by police, and then being on the NBA side of that, as a person who grew up in Chocolate City, who's everything about me is black, blackity, black, 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 it was really, really tough. Like, so obviously everybody knows what happened, you know, in the media and all of that. But these were situations where some of these athletes knew these people. Like, I'm sure you guys have seen that, you know, the guys from All the Smoke knew George Floyd. Like, there was just so much overlap, right? When I was living in the bubble is when, it wasn't Ahmaud Arbery. There's just so many people that have been murdered. That's sad. It was Castile. Who got murdered in Milwaukee? Do you guys remember? Was it Castile? Yeah. So that happened, and I remember I was sequestered in the bubble waiting to come out because we all had to get sequestered because of the bubble, because of the pandemic. And I remember the Sterling Brown and the team decided not to walk out. Do you guys remember that by a show of hands? Okay. So they decided to not walk out on the court. And I'm sitting in the hotel room, and Sterling's always like, don't tell anybody we called you, but he called me from the locker room, and he said, what did we do? And I said, I don't know. Like, you know, I work for the NBA, but also, like, if I were y'all, act like I didn't say this, but I would stand 10 toes down, right? Because it's all over the media. People are wondering what's about to happen. At the same time, they didn't know what to do to make it impactful. They're like, can you call Obama for us? And I was like, that's cute. I do not have him on speed dial. I cannot call Obama for y'all. But we got to President Obama so that he can give them a talk of encouragement. And I'm telling this long story because what happened was I was still supposed to be sequestered for 2 days. And as all of this is happening, I'm starting to get phone calls from leadership. And they're like, we hear that you're talking to the guys in the locker room. And I said, well, yeah, but I'm not going to not answer the phone, right? Like, I work for the league. I understand what I'm here to do. I don't work for the Players Association, even though they all think I do. I just saw a bunch of them in Canton. They're like, she's from the PA. I'm like, no, I never worked there, but I'm glad you felt that way, right? Because that's the advocacy part of the league. But I was put in a situation where the true, like, for me as a Black woman from Southeast DC, I agreed with what they were doing by not coming out. As the person who was advising Adam Silver, which was part of my job for that, 12 months leading up to all of that, my job was to tell them to go out and play the game. Like, that's literally, like, they had me in the bubble to do that job. Now, granted, I'm not a punk. I wasn't about to do that job, right? Like, I'm gonna come in and do my job, but I'm not gonna do anything that's gonna go against my values. We talked about that earlier, right? I'm not gonna push anyone to do anything. I'm gonna say, I'm with y'all now. You might not get paid. You might, there might be some repercussions, but I'm gonna always be authentic to myself. So anyway, to answer your question, I told them that we would do what we can to get them in touch with President Obama, which we did, and that by them not coming out, they were starting a movement that is something that was going to be part of their legacy in a good way. So even if the brands and the sponsors for those 3 hours that they're supposed to cover, they had to figure that out. At the end of the day, Sterling Brown's family is going to be proud. Chris Middleton's family is going to be proud. Every single league, as you all saw, followed suit. Like the leadership that happened because of that. Now, granted, of course, I was asked the question as to what I said, what I did, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, that was part of the reason why by the time I was at the end of my time in the bubble and the players were like, you kind of really on our side. Like, we see you over here, you know, giving us the tea on the side and it's working, right? I'm like, oh, don't just let them have you play. Make sure that there's something on your jersey that you care about. I was doing conversations, secret conversations that never made it to the public with Breonna Taylor's mom and various people who were personally affected by the murders by police. And it was only players allowed, no media, no agents. And they would tell the athletes the real tea. And they would go do their press conferences with the talking points from Breonna Taylor's mother. So to me, that's how I was able to be the person I wanted to be in the midst of a job, in the midst of a situation where I wasn't supposed to do that. And at the end of the day, it's how I started my business. I was hosting these conversations for the culture. That was the first time I was doing a lot of this public speaking. Now I'm like, y'all can hire me. That's the other plug, YouTube, you know, y'all seeing this. But like it put me in a situation to be able to say, I've got a voice. And it matters to me that our athletes are fully informed, so you can't talk about them. Because, you know, of course, the media wants to say they didn't come out, but they didn't know what to say. They didn't know how to position it. We were going to make sure you were prepared. You know, it wasn't anti-Blue Lives. It just was that Black Lives mattered, right? Like, it didn't have to be either or. So, yeah, I hope that answers your question, but that was a very difficult situation to be in.
I will say, I thought about it because I don't feel like it helped you, but I think community building is how you change that. And I don't know what that looks like for you. Maybe that looks like creating an initiative that partners with me and we have a class for the community or something, but I have to like see myself in something to respect it as well. And building that community can change my outlook on, you know, the police and how, yeah. So I hope that was a little better.
Yeah, I think this is a great place to end it, unless, oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, one more.
I wanted to ask, you know, everyone has a podcast, everyone has a newsletter, everyone's on social media, everyone's just doing everything. How do you break through? Because, you know, we only have so much time, attention spans are short. How do you break through when you've got something you think can be transformative?
How do you break, like, how do you get to the people?
The right people, how do you get noticed? Because it just seems like everyone's an influencer. Everyone's everything. You know, it's like, because I could just turn on my camera. You know, I'm not on TikTok. I don't think I want to get.
You gotta get on. You gotta get on TikTok.
It's like it's almost like, how do you stand out? How do you ensure those things that are important gets beyond all of the noise and all of the clutter, because there's just so much content?
So you have to add to that. Like, you have to go 10 times harder. And I didn't want to hear that either. You roll your eyes, that's how I was rolling my eyes. But I'm telling you, it's unfortunate now because it is just so oversaturated. But if you want to break through, you just got to keep putting it out there. I didn't want to hear that, but I was testing this past month. I'm glad you said this month I've been testing to see, like, how do I really get this through? So I've been on Facebook, and nobody really knows me over there on Facebook, so I could go crazy. And I've been posting 5 videos a day for this whole month, and I'm going all the way to the end of the month. Do you know that I've gained, and I had no followers over there, 5,000 followers just in, the month isn't over. Facebook pays you money too, so I'm making a little money over there too. And I'm like, okay, you just gotta keep, unfortunately, you just have to keep putting it out. And I'll get your contact. There's a lot of things that you can do to like capture, like there's hooks and different types of things that you can capture, because everybody's like a goldfish. We got like 2 seconds before we're like, okay, what's the next thing? But we can get your contact, and I'll send you a lot of information that I've been using in my own contact that's been helping me reach the people.
Yeah, you talk to her, because all of that, I wish, like, it's literally on my like manifestation. I don't know how it's going to come upon me to be able to do what she's describing. I think that's the right answer. I just have not. It causes me anxiety, to be honest. Like, the idea to to post. Like I said, it's come from the Obama Center. Can't Oprah? I haven't posted anything. People are like, where are your photos? I'm like, I'll get to it probably next week, to be honest. But the idea to do it, really quickly. So for me, because my nervous system, it needs a little bit more. I need to do it differently for my own comfort zone. That's why I'm excited about the media space that we're in. Because I'm like, by doing short docs, by hearing from the studio at Disney that our trailer had over 1 million views and broke records, and I'm like, okay, my social media wasn't going to have 1 million eyes. The fact that my movie trailer had 1 million views, and that was as of several months ago, that means 1 million people saw what I did. I'm cool with that, right? When I was doing videos for Obama, I made commercials with Jay-Z. Jay-Z doesn't do commercials, but he did some commercials that I pitched for him. 1 million views in a year. So for me, that's the way, and then people will just hopefully know that this is my thing. So you're like, okay, she's got the numbers that I can, not sell, but like let people know that I'm reaching people through the way that I'm doing my content. So for me, it's just different modalities that make me feel comfortable. But the social media thing is something I want to do better at, because I think you're absolutely right. That's where people are going. That's what people are watching. The algorithm has changed. I love Substack. I'm actually thinking about maybe that's a place to share my views in a low pressure environment. And as I'm sure you guys have seen, Substack has a huge insurgence of people posting and storytelling on there. But yeah, I think for me, it's finding the modalities that maybe have a bigger audience more quickly in a way that I can be more consistent with, which is through, creating content, short docs and movies and things like that.
Great. Well, this was very helpful. Yeah. So real advice that can be applied in various ways. And yeah, things for us to take with us. So thank you both for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marie.
All right, y'all. That is game time. That's game, as they say. So thanks for coming out. See you next time.